Here we go again. Back at it with more Dark Souls 3. Now, you may notice a few things have changed, again. For one, I'm wearing less armor than last session. I have made some adjustments. Still wearing the Crown of Dusk, I went back to my Sorcerer robe, I switched to the Pontiff Knight gloves and the Fallen Knight trousers. Part of the point to this being, I've kind of come to the realization that outside of poise being beneficial in some situations, armor still kind of feels meaningless. So by being lighter, I can get my stamina back faster and all of that good stuff and move a little better. And it was benefiting me quite a lot against the Pontiff Knights and such while I was grinding. So we're gonna see how this works out. Worst case, I can always change back anyway. I've also made the decision to put the magic clutch ring on, which magnifies our magic damage fairly decently, but as you can see, all of our absorption aside from fire, lightning, and dark is now single digits. It's not great. Obviously, I have my Sage Ring back on. I don't have the healing from attacking a lot on right now because most things we're fighting I can't attack enough to get life from because they die before I get a lot of attacks into them. So that's where that's at. Our Great Knife has leveled a little bit more. I don't think I leveled the Heretic Staff at all. But I got a bunch of large Titanite, a lot of levels. Well, not a lot of levels, because levels are expensive at this point. But as you can see, we are up to 65. I've cranked our endurance up to 20. I didn't end up touching vigor. Vitality went up a little bit to give me a little more leeway to make the fact that I took Havel's ring off work. Dexterity didn't change. Intelligence has now went up to meet our boosted dexterity, up at 28, and that's all that really changed. Like, as I said, we didn't go up a lot. I did finally remember to put the new spell we had gotten on with Deep Soul. I also did try Fair and Hail. It's not really my style. There are situations where it'll come up potentially, but it is not going to be a constant for us. So we're still rocking Great Heavy Soul Arrow, Fair and Flash Sword, and now Deep Soul. Deep Soul's biggest issue is, despite the fact that it casts really fast, the projectile travels very slowly. So there's kind of a balance point to that. Otherwise, I did start leveling the Rotten Grue Curved Sword a little bit, because I am thinking about making use of it. I just did not commit there still. I did find some more Twinkling Titanite, so I potentially could push the Pontiff Knight Sword further, but I didn't do it yet. That hasn't been touched. I found this Immolation Tinder Halberd off of the Fire Witches in the Boreal Valley. We found a few things off of the various enemies in there, really. Including their torso armor, which does look cool. It's just a touch too heavy is the problem. So that's not really going to be a thing. I don't think we got the gloves. I do have a second set of Pontiff Knight gloves that I should get rid of. We did get the legs, as you can see there. We have, I believe, the entire Pontiff Knight set at this point, because I killed that many Pontiff Knights while I was grinding. I genuinely just became their nightmare for a while. Just constantly tearing through Pontiff Knights over and over again to gain the souls I needed. And honestly, to get some much needed vengeance. Now, you might be wondering, why are we here in Firelink when you need to be making progress in Irithyll? There's a couple things I want to talk about, because I almost made a very significant mistake in the only quest line that I did know how to progress. That being Greyrod's plotline. I'm not going to explain why we need this fellow, but I'm going to explain somebody we needed. Patches, right here. I went and tracked him down because I realized I screwed up his plotline. Thankfully, because of the fact that we triggered him from the tower and got away from there, he still spawned here. But I went through a whole thing, because he's supposed to appear in the cathedral, but I skipped the bridge that he appears at and tricks you, lowering you down to where the giants are. Yeah. I kind of screwed that whole thing up, because I didn't use the bridge. So that got complicated. He is attached to saving Sigvard, who's in the cathedral as well. He's in that well right in front of the cathedral. I think we did talk to Sigvard initially in there. I don't remember. I remember going and looking at the well. I don't remember if we were in the right pattern of events for that to trigger properly at the time or not. Point being, you get his armor back from Patches here, you give Sigvard the armor, and then Sigvard will be where he needs to be in the future. Basically, all three of these quest lines have to proceed together for the next step of Greirat's thing to work properly. It'll be explained why later, but just understand that those three lines have to travel together. There's other things you can get from Patches as well.
Yes, what can I do? Aren't you
Howdy,
glad
Jay.
you made good of things?
Everything's alright so far, but we only just started, so we'll see how long that lasts. How you doing? Hopefully well. But yeah, the important thing is you can buy rusted coins from Patches, or at least that's the important thing for me, other than getting Sigvard's armor back for him. You could even wear Sigvard's armor if you'd rather. Get a Shotel as well, and a parrying dagger, and a winged spear. He's got some nice stuff. Nothing huge, but useful enough. And obviously, just like everybody else, you can sell stuff to him.
Can't find anything you like? Well, you could try looking a little harder.
You could also try having better things, Patches. Man's a nuisance, but at least he's a useful nuisance. So yeah, that's the main thing I did other than the soul grinding that I wanted to point out for y'all, because as usual, I went back and cleaned up areas I had been to on stream so that y'all know what I did to prepare. There's one thing I'm going to show off, but I don't think I'm going to commit to doing anything there. There's a thing I realized I forgot. Oh, neat. Honestly, at the rate the weather's being, any manner of ice is useful. Yeah, over here in the catacombs, there's another area we can go to, which I remembered there was another area, but I didn't remember how to get there. So this is one thing I did actually peek at. I couldn't remember. And the trick to it involves this bridge that I didn't like. Down goes the bridge. You notice there's territory down there. I wanted to show this because this was actually interesting. There's a whole other segment down here. Involving another fire demon, like the one that Sigvard helped us with in the past. Obviously, judging from the fire he's throwing up there, we can't just hide up here and magic him down without any reprisal. But we can just make it work. Except for the fact that there is also a staircase there. Yeah, the trick with ice is usually the quality of your water will make your ice vary quite a lot. Honestly, though, you could say you did that on purpose and people probably would believe you. Not enough magic left. Just have a quick drink. He's a little stuck, so... Up. One more. There we go. Fire demon disposed of. Silly fire demon thinking he could go up there and walk around properly. He didn't drop anything, though. Just the soul. down here is where we want to go. Now, I say I don't know if I want to be here because I don't recall this area being particularly useful to me. But I could be wrong. Now, of course, you know, we gotta get there alive first. That's step one. And with this many skeletons, a tactical retreat is in order a little bit. This would have actually been a good situation to use that Fair and Hail I had gotten. Since it's a spread shot. Rid of him so he doesn't do his spin move. Pop him through his shield. Problem is, all these skeletons are just gonna keep getting back up anyway. Later, fools. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go right now. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. This could still easily backfire on me, but you know what? One problem at a time. Base. Can't get me, I called base. Okay, now... Pretty much, yeah. That old witch's ring... Don't think matters to us. No, greatly boosts pyromancies. Remember, if you run fast enough, your problems don't exist anymore because they can't catch you. And yeah, the old sage's blindfold, I don't think does anything? Nah, it just is there. Oh yeah. Past us is always an issue. I don't know what gets into them, but boy, they're a problem. But anyway, further down into the caves, we come to the Smoldering Lake. Now, I mostly wanted to show this place off because I remembered it looking really neat. It's also hella dangerous. Including a ballista trying to murder us. Isn't that fun? And I seem to recall there's all kinds of nasty creatures in here, too. But there's free large Titanites, so that's good. Wasn't sure that was gonna make it or not. So it shoots 3 shots. Yeah, because you can see them all up there. They're triple stacked. And there's part of the problem. Big old embered crabs. Which thankfully we have the advantage of being able to move pretty freely here at the moment. I don't know if the water gets deeper anywhere, or where it might become a concern. Whoop. You know, I think I might have gone a bad direction, because it looks like there's a whole lot of nothing but crabs here. Whoop. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go right now. Speaking of outrunning my problems. Can I, like, skitter off into here? Is this a place I can go? Sort of. Seems like it makes the crab problem less of a problem. Thank you for the raid, Zeri. What were you up to today? Don't mind me scrambling away from crabs. Everything's fine. Gotta go! Yeah, hopefully y'all were having a grand time with whatever it is you were doing. Chaos Gem? Not really what I need, but I'll take it. Yeah, for anybody new here, this is normal for me. Running from my problems, pretty normal. And there's the Ballista Bolt finally getting me, because I was at a bad angle for it. Ah, nice. Hopefully Apex went well. I know you do enjoy that. And Goblin Cleanup's always good fun. So yeah, that was me being greedy. Get used to that. That's going to be a thing I'm going to do a lot. Yeah, we're just working our way through Dark Souls 3. You know, business as usual. But of course, if any of y'all need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves should always be your first priority. Don't be like me and do a bad job of that. Do as I say, not as I do. Anyway, back into the awful lake of awful things in the hopes of finding more goodies. You keep dragging more people into that, eh? But as long as you're having fun, that's the important part. Well, yeah, bringing people back to something is similar to bringing people in the first place. Hi, worm. Oh, you're gonna just get in the way, huh? That's bad timing. Oh, we can do lightning, too. Look at that. You know, gonna go out on a limb and go with, I'm not going that way. Don't think I'm going that way right now. That seems bad for me. Not only is it a giant murder worm, but it's a giant murder worm with lightning lasers. At the very least, I should deal with the ballista first. The ballista seems like it'd be a bigger problem. Because if I can't reliably maneuver, because I might just get shot in the back by a ballista, I can't deal with that worm. Because that thing's not gonna die fast. So, take the end out of the middle then and see if we can get past this mess in the middle here. I mean, I'm not even in the valley at the moment. I sidetracked, as I'm wont to do. But hey, Lark, how you doing? Thanks, game. Thanks for just not sprinting when I told you to sprint. Love that for me. Get something between me and the ballista again for a second. I'm doing fine so far. What's wrong with Saturday? Oh, yeah, you know, that might be a bit rough. Will you at least have people with you? Because that will help. Oh, well then, yeah, you know what? You might just be signing yourself up for suffering. Why have you done this to yourself? You would think you would learn by watching what's happened to me here and realize that that's not a great decision. Right, I was a little bit off. I thought it was a little further left. I feel like I know you by now well enough, Zeri, that no, I do know how much you go in for suffering. But I also have to try to advise you against it anyway. You know, it's one of those, I have to try to save you from yourself sometimes, just like we all do for each other. Anyway, we're leaving that lake behind. This is why I said I don't know if we're gonna get anything useful out of that idea. But I wanted people to see just how bad that is down there. That area is optional, I know, and I know it, so we're just not dealing with it. We're gonna have enough problems up here anyway. How much large titanite did I find down there, though? Ooh, we did get a decent bit. Also, I don't need to be here. There is something I do want to show you all, though. No, that's the wrong bonfire. So I would like to actually get somewhere today. And I'm not built for fighting while being shot at by a ballista. Went to the wrong bonfire, though. I need to go the other way. Gotta go to church. Is while I was grinding in between these two bonfires, I found something. Completely by accident. And I decided to save looking at it for when y'all were here to see it. Because I think it'll be interesting. And it'll be easier to get back to from up here. As long as I don't just go traipsing right into the Pontiff Night Patrols. Which I can deal with at this point, reasonably, but unnecessary conflict. Whoop. Speaking of Pontiff Night Patrols, For some reason... Oh, right, no. There's a patrol in there, and then there's a patrol down there. Right, I remember now. 'Cause I was usually coming at this from the other end, so I completely forgot where those two patrols were. But as you can see, I could just slash up the patrolmen just fine. They're not really a problem anymore. Now that the knife's a little stronger, and I'm a little less concerned about them. His friend also just abandoned him. But right over here, this balcony ledge was solid, but it's fake. You hit it and this opens. Obviously, people have been putting signs here, but I was fighting a Pontiff Knight and just happened to hit this wall, and it disappeared. I was like, wait, what? Why? Okay. And then there's this guy hanging out down there, who's just gonna die. You see, the magic clutch ring means my heavy soul arrows kill those Pontiff Knights in 2 shots instead of 3 now. That's why that became important. Now, I don't even know if this actually goes anywhere, really. But I saw a continuing road, so I'm like, well, you know what, let's see where it goes. 'Cause maybe this helps us go somewhere other than that awful sewer we were in before. So we got an evangelist just sitting there. This almost looked like a ladder, but it's a lie. Looks like we do need to drop down. Not really a fan of that idea. At least not without dealing with this first. Of course, they've got good magic resistance. This is gonna take a minute. There we go. I'm glad I chose to drop on that side. Hey, bud. How you doing? I'll look again at what that thing I got was. Ooh. Is that what I think it is? It is. It's a new staff. It's not great right now. Witch tree staves are customary in the far north and allow for faster casting than ordinary catalysts. Okay. Faster casting does sound good. Now, the important question is, can I open this door? I can. Don't know if I wanted to open it right when he was spitting evil magic at me, but, you know, choices get made all the time. There we go. Get my magic back up, and on we go. So I think this door was somewhere we had been already. Yeah, this is back at the beginning. This is that door that only opens from one side that we couldn't figure out how to open. So I guess that didn't actually lead much of anywhere. That's a shame. But we got a new catalyst. Let's take a quick trip back to Firelink and see if that new catalyst does anything good for us. So I'll slap a couple upgrades in it and see if it scales quickly or not. If it doesn't, it might get relegated to only being used for the fact that it casts faster. Or it may just get ditched completely. Yeah, because right now we have 132 with the Heretic Staff at 5. Problem is we don't have enough resources to actually... Well, I could buy some more shards to find out right quick. Because the important part's going to be whether it actually gets its spell buff up past 120. Because it would be a matter of being able to use both would be the idea in my brain here. Also, this is why the Great Knife stopped where it was. I need chunks now, and I don't have them. Not even sure I can get them yet. Let's quickly do a little bit of business. See if I can actually make this idea come to fruition or not. Buy all of those. Sell out the spares of random Pontiff Knight things that I've been stealing. What else can I get rid of that I don't care about? Yeah, we do have a large soul of a nameless soldier we could get rid of. There you go. Buy a couple more shards. That should be enough if I've done my math right. To at least see if it gets close enough.
Just wasn't.
Answer is no, because I thought I hadn't done the first one yet, is why my math was bad there. So I need 4 more shards, and then it would start needing larges. Can I make that math happen? Because once it hits +3, it is basically at 120, and then after that, it might start scaling faster? It may also just stay weaker the whole time because it allows for fast casting. Considering one of our biggest problems is the cast rate of Great Heavy Soul Arrow, though, it might be worth taking the damage down just to get the faster shots. Because then I also can take the Sage Ring off, potentially. Because I'll have something else allowing me to cast fast. We do also have an extra Soul of a Demon, which I don't remember what we can transpose that Soul of a Demon into, so let's go find out right quick. If it's nothing we care about, we can just eat that and have the money I want to do the thing. Let's see, Demon's Great Axe is useless to me, and Demon's Fist is also useless to me, because I'm not doing anything with strength. So yes, we can sell that and make this entire enterprise occur. Perfect. Yeah, because the Soul of a Demon's worth 20,000, so that's pretty good. So let's see, we needed 6 of these. Give me all 6 of those. And we'll do some other business while we're here to make these other souls worth it.
Just wasn't it.
Yeah, because now these are roughly equivalent in level. That is still a pretty significant spell buff drop. So I think this is going to get relegated to times where I need to get spells off faster rather than having them hit harder. But I think they both are going to have value. It's also 1 weight lighter, which is nice. But I'm going to continue to work up the Heretic Staff for the moment. Especially since now I don't need to retain the large shards to work on this staff. It now needs chunks, so I don't have to keep accounting for that. There's a part of me that wants to still work the Sorcerer Staff up as well, because that spell buff is still very close to what the Heretic Staff has. So I'm questioning the value of the Heretic Staff. But still, that answers those questions. I didn't get any Estus shards. Which I do think there is a shard down in the lake, which I think was one of the reasons I went there when I'd played in the past. Which is why I even had a memory of that area at all. But I believe that I either ran through for my life or something along those lines. Also, we have the extra money, so I'm grabbing the big hat because big hat.
Ashen 1.
Which one are you asking the question about? Because bear in mind, I don't know how much delay you have, so I don't know which part of that you're asking a question about. Because there was a lot of things mentioned all back to back there. That could have been a lot of either-ors. Oh yeah, I was pretty sure that there was an Estus shard down in Smoldering Lake was the thing, and I'm not worried about an answer for that. That was not me asking the question, that was me just walking y'all through the thought process at the time. And why I remembered the area. Because I ain't going back in there anytime soon. We'll go ahead and just spend the rest of this on more shards, because we are going to end up cycling out to other things that'll need shards later. This way I can't lose all that. Back to the Church of Yorshka. I guess we'll go back down sewerward. That's the only way I know to go at the moment. So now I'm gonna have to remember the path, considering, you know, it's been a week since I went that way. We'll figure it out. Yeah, for anybody new coming in, I do have a very strong general rule against people telling me things unless I specifically ask the question. Yeah, it is completely optional, which is why I'm not bothering with it. Because my entire goal is just to get through the game as per the Donathon incentive I had. So whatever gets me through in the least pain possible is the option I'll be taking. Plus or minus my own poor life choices, but that's a whole other situation. But yeah, said rule is also the reason why I have the no help needed nor requested at the bottom of the screen there. Neener, you're stuck in there. And I suppose I should give the rest of the background information while I'm talking about this anyway. This is technically not my first time playing this game, nor am I blind to this game necessarily. So it's not really a matter of spoilers necessarily, it's just a matter of I prefer to just kind of let things happen than have people pushing me in directions and guiding me around. It's just a personal thing. But I do know bits and pieces of what I'm getting into, and I do know how to keep myself out of trouble well enough. Again, plus or minus my own poor life choices, but we all make poor choices despite knowing better. To finish catching people up on current game state, obviously you see that we're here in Boreal Valley, so if you know about how far we've gotten by that point. We have dealt with every boss along the way, everything's been settled. We have not gone to Lothric Castle at all. I have no intention of doing that until after we have all of the requisite Cinder Lords defeated. So that's where that current bit of game state is. Dead Bone Shard? Missed that when I was here before. Yeah, stat line wise, as you can see, we have decent investment into dexterity and intelligence. Most of what I was doing last night and this morning was trying to get the secondary stats up more. Things like endurance and vitality and all that good stuff to try to stabilize us a little bit more. Which has mostly been working out. There is no specific build in mind. We've just ended up going with dexterity and sorcery because that is what I'm comfortable with. So that's where we are on that at front. We have put Greyrot, Sigvard and Patches' quests into their proper positions for the point in the game we're at as well, for anybody curious about that. I have not progressed anyone else's quest lines with any significant intentions. So that should get you all the information you would want about where we're at currently. This is, as I think I labeled in the title properly, Part 4. So, we've not been at it for too awful long. That was just me thinking they were going to jump sooner than they did. Because I'm used to the other dogs, which are a little faster on the draw. These take their time a little better sometimes, it seems. It's kind of funny in a way that I spent all that time prepping and grinding, and yet there is still going to be misfires with the brain along the way here, where I will judge my distances wrong and things like that. It's just kind of funny how that works. part of the problem is I don't remember where I have and haven't done everything down here anymore. So it's gonna take a little bit for me to remind myself about that too, so bear with me. Okay. Don't need to heal yet. Got my stuff. Not that it matters, it's only 1,000, but better to have it. And I could steady chant to do a little bit more, but I don't think it'd be enough to kill these in one anyway. There we go. Starting to remember the movement again for these. Though this was pointless. Good to know. There probably used to be somebody with like an illusion ahead sign or something over here. I'm starting to remember we had gotten into some kind of like manor building toward the end last time, and I got obliterated by knights in there. So I think once we got through the sewers, I think it did lead there, and I went backwards. Now to go to multiple places I don't like. Okay, nobody was there for me to land on. Watch out for the one that drops there. I remember that, because I got dropped on multiple times there last week. Now we just lose the worst of them, and then let the rest come down, because I don't want to rush down there. I do know what's going to happen when I get down there. Oh, the other one reached faster than I thought they would. I will never not be upset about enemies attacking through each other, by the way. It's the thing that aggravates me the most with these games. Like, oh hey, you just can magically reach through them. Yeah, sure, why not? Just take away any advantage you would have of trying to actually position yourself so enemies would jam up on each other. No, just they reach through. It's fine. Really stupid. That's like one thing I will forever harp on with this series. The whole series has that problem. Like, what's the point to trying to fight a group of enemies intelligently if they can just magically reach through each other? Hear you. There you are. Anyway, wasting more Estus. I hate this part. Now you might be thinking, oh, it's nice and quiet and empty down here. Why do you not like this? You'll understand in a minute. That's why I don't like it down here. So I gotta run for my life. Though it also gets worse. I'm only saying this because we had already been down here once already. So I'm not spoiling anything for people who have never seen this, for the most part. Okay. I get de-aggroed. Go grab this, because I apparently didn't grab this last time. Oh, there's actually a path over here, too, that I didn't even look at last time. So, for some reason, I thought there was a gap here. I'm pretty sure last week. So this might be a better route to take than going through the sewers. Bonfire ahead, you say? This be below? Yeah, you know, it may in fact be below. You might be onto something there. Fire ahead. Let's touch this at the very least, because that'll make my life simpler. Distant manor. So this is still connected, presumably, to where the sewers go, then. Tell you what then, let's follow the thought of the sewers first anyway. Mostly because I want anybody who didn't see this to understand why I don't like this. Because there are things down here, and they're not great. I don't like them. For a lot of reasons, really. See that thing floating there? The thing that's kind of wiggling in the water? Yeah. They don't look too bad right now, I'm sure, but they do that. They got all those legs. They are awful. I just hate them. Like, there are very few things in these games that make me uncomfortable. These things, definitely one of them. Not a fan. And I'm sure that makes it better, too, when it rears up and just opens up to eat your face. So yeah, all those things that look like floating corpses in the water are more of those. Just distinctly unpleasant. If there's two things in this world that make me nervous, for the most part. Outside of, you know, human interaction. Human interaction tends to be an issue in and of itself, but that's a different story. And that's heights and things that crawl like that. Oddly, like, the human shapes that, like, fold over and crawl around and be weird, those don't bother me. It's the things with lots of legs, usually. Anything bug-like without being a bug fucks with my head in ways that I really cannot properly explain. Just don't like it. Excrement-covered ashes. Don't know if those are something I want, but they're ashes, so I can get more wares that way, I guess. We ran through here pretty fast because there just got to be too many of these active at the same time, I seem to recall last week, so I just ran for my life. Thanks, Lock-On. Very cool. Dung pies that I definitely don't need. Yeah, there's just a gate there. A grate, rather. Come on. This is why we have magic, is for dealing with things that I do not want to touch. Or don't want to get near, is they will obliterate me. Some could say this is the coward's method, and you know what? Good news, I'm a coward. Never claimed to be otherwise. Same reason I will shoot a lot of my problems with bows as well. Is why deal with things face to face when I don't have to. Yeah, there was nothing else over here. I didn't think so, but I wanted to check. Up we go. Now you'll notice something about this room has changed compared to before. This is why I came back over here when I was talking about Sigvard's quest line. He's hanging out here. He's having a nap. Hey. Hey, bud.
Excuse me, I must have dozed off. It's rather warm in here.
I mean, you're sitting next to the fire.
Well, hasn't it been all too long? It's good to see you. Oh, I seem to have missed my chance, so I, Siegward of Katarina, offer my deepest gratitude. And a little surprise to go with it. It's all yours.
Okay, the emit force miracle. Not useful to me, but thank you.
I know. Won't you join me for dinner? I make a fine Esther soup. I've got some stewing right now. Even we undead deserve a little normalcy from time to time. And finally, upon this rendezvous, let us make a toast.
And we get another Siegbrow.
to your valor, my sword, and our sworn duties. Long may the sun shine.
It's interesting, because I'm pretty sure when we came through here the first time, that Estus Soup was still there even though he wasn't here. Weird.
Have you heard? Somewhere, hidden right here in Irithyll, is a deep dungeon. And even below that, the profaned capital, home of Yhorm, the reclusive giant lord.
Who's on our list?
That reminds me, I've a grave promise to keep. Oh, sorry. I'm afraid I've cast a cloud over things. Well, I'm going to have myself a little nap. The only thing to do, really, after a nice toast.
I wish I could sleep so easily. See, he's just out already. He's just think, asleep. There we go. As we'll drink the soup. Won't really help us at all at the moment, but you know, I'm not turning around for it. Wouldn't want to leave his soup to go to waste. But that, I believe, has now set all the wheels I wanted in motion. People continuing to do what they do. Yeah, you probably shouldn't be overconfident. But you know, mistake I made when we were here the first time. Because there's an archer up there. I got swindled by that when we were here last. But it looks like those knights stay dead, because there was a knight looking at that portrait when we were here the first time. So I guess those don't respawn. Yeah, you can see him. He's right there. Cheeky bastard. Yeah, I don't have any good means of dealing with him either. My archery is not good enough with this setup to kill him anytime fast, so I'm just gonna leave him there. We'll deal with him later. Did I forget if he killed me or if something else around here killed me when we were here last? Another case of somebody talking about a fog wall that's not there. An illusory wall, rather. So people talk about fog walls that don't exist all the time, too. He sure did. He shot the wall hole on the other side there. Okay, now I do remember getting up here because there's the wizards up here. This is where we died when we were on our way up. This is the invisible wizards. Well, mostly invisible. Yeah, bet you thought I was gonna fall for that, huh? I'm not that stupid. Not right now, at least. I heard that one. Oh, this is upsetting, though. I think I hear another dog. I thought I heard multiple shuffling feet. Guess not, though. There we go. Now we claim our reward of a Titanite Shard. Hooray. Shortcut to where? Oh! It's that door. The one next to that patrol I kept running into. Is the church, I believe, is right up the path right over there. So... that's not too bad. Not sure if that shortcut's better than the bonfire we found across from the sewers or not, though. Could kind of go either way on that one, really. Depends on what's actually on the other side of that bonfire, since we haven't looked yet. Item. Definitely things making noises. Is this a actual path? There's a whole lot of dudes in there. Does look like it goes somewhere, but I'm more interested in whatever this item is right now. Ow, my legs. Yeah. Nah, wasn't really worth breaking my legs over. So I'm betting we could have just gotten to this ladder from the room we were going to be going into. And now we're going to be doing this from a weird angle, because of course I did. Yep, it's the same room. Honestly, though, I think this works in our favor. He lived through that. That's a problem. There we go. Good thing these invisible guys hesitate sometimes so much. Look how many of them are in this room. This is a lot. They really do gather in quite big groups, don't they? Wait, where'd the one that was casting magic at me go? You're the one I dropped down here. Where'd the other one go? Or was that the one I stabbed? I guess that was the other one I stabbed. He must have just come running. I'm so lucky I moved when I did. But apparently I still got frostbitten? Oh, his corpse is emanating ice. Okay, I see. So I guess that one was just blowing up with ice instead of dropping down to grab my head and rip my face off like the other one did, then. Hard to say. Either way, didn't like it. Let that be a reminder. Always look up. When you see goodies that are too obvious, always check above you. Heard movement underneath me here. If you noticed I paused weirdly there, it's because I heard a... Well, I didn't hear a thing, I saw a weird light behind me in the real world, glaring off my monitor. It's just the sun happening to pass through the leaves weirdly. Whoop. That guy's got a scythe. That's a problem. Take the fall damage just to get away from him long enough to open up an opportunity. I think they were supposed to fight me together, but this one forgot what he was doing. For anybody wondering why I use this great knife in particular, it's because of that move. The one that goes around their shields. So I hate shields. A lot. Oh, that seems less than ideal. This is also where I would drop down to get that item that's on there, but, boy, would that be a bad deal right now. What weird thing did you put there? Yep. Kinda figured. Oh, yeah. Isn't that kind of suspicious? I'm sure we won't have to deal with that at all, and I'm sure that means nothing, yes. Means absolutely nothing. This is that door we saw before. The one with the guy stuck on the wrong side of it. Who just happened to be way more aggressive than usual. There's another one, too. I thought there was another one. No, it was snow happening to be in the right spot. Let there be jumping, then joy. Go enjoy the snow. Ember. Now see, now that I will have opened this, now dropping down to get that item is worth it, because we can actually come around quickly. Just want to deal with those guys first. And obviously, as usual, we are not going to fight fair. Oh, did they already move? Oh, they went on patrol. Only that one's still there. This is like the perfect opportunity then. Oh, you moved. For those wondering why my accuracy is so terrible here and you don't know how shooting without lock-on works for these games, it's based on your facing and your angle, and it is very, very hard to tell where you're facing. Because you'll notice I made a very small adjustment and he threw it like a 45 different degree angle. It's rough. Let's see if this is worth it. Ring of the Sun's Firstborn. Probably not. That sounds to me like something that is going to be useless to me. And we're obviously carting around too many souls to go through that fog door right now. Let's see what that ring's got to offer us. Greatly boosts miracles, otherwise known as greatly boosts the nearest trash can for me, because I'm not using miracles, so that is completely useless. So there's two different shortcuts really close together here, though, which is interesting. There's that door back there, then there's the shortcut elevator we just hit a moment ago. There's also a hole here that I didn't notice till now. I'm glad I came back. Where does this lead? Oh wait, no, this is the hole I came up through. Silly me, silly me. Just goes to show how quickly I forgot that that's how I got over here. Considering, you know, the entire fracas that occurred when I climbed that ladder in the first place. Yeah, that's the shortcut elevator right over there. So, from the church bonfire, if we just go right across, I think we could just scarp her before anybody even knows we're here, and then we just have to deal with what we have to do going up the stairs there. And yeah, we've got a pretty free and clean run to that fog gate from there. We could even use that ladder, I think, to skip past the entire room of bad dudes that are in there. So I do kind of want to see if that manor leads to anywhere interesting for us.
Ah,
There you go, have the poop
gracious.
ashes.
Passing fine ash thou'st given. Let this ash bestow nourishment. I only hope these new wares content thee.
Let's see. Olnir's crown's new. I don't know if that was actually from the ashes. I think that was just from going... No, because it couldn't have been from dealing with Wolnir. It may just be progress, though, because that wasn't there a minute ago. Maybe the ashes did give it, though. Who knows? Doesn't really... Yeah, because there's the dung pies we have now, which I don't care about. I think one of these bug pellets was also from it. Might be both. I don't remember those being there, but nothing really remarkable out of that. Gonna be honest. The poop ashes may in fact have just been poop.
Ashen One.
We do have ads coming up, so I'm going to go ahead and just do business.
Tis wasn't he?
Such as bringing our sorcerer staff up to... Yeah, but see, these are roughly the same spell buff. This is what I was afraid of when I was working the heretic staff up, is that it wasn't actually going to end up being better. Is that they are functionally the same in most capacities, it seems. So I feel like I've been wasting resources working the heretic staff up. Considering the sorcerer staff is 2 upgrades behind, and yet only 2 spell buff points behind as well. So they're either going to end up the same, or the sorcerer staff will actually be a little bit better, which is kind of frustrating. Was there any other upgrading or modifying I wanted to do right now? Answer's not really.
Pradeep, I don't...
Decidius Nemeki, thank you for the raid. Hopefully you can hear me, because I do know, unfortunately, ads have started kicking in right now, but hopefully you had a grand time with whatever you were doing today. And I do appreciate you all coming on in with the raid. We are just doing some basic bookkeeping here in Firelink Shrine while we wait for everyone else to get out of ads. And of course, if you need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourself should always be your first priority, but do tell, what were you up to? Do let me know. I think I jumbled that a bit, because I was not really in brain space for that at that second. I was calculating a lot, but I appreciate y'all coming in. I don't have any more scrolls, so I can't do any more sorcery improvement here. Welcome in, Mecha Missionary. Hopefully you're doing well as well. Yeah, we're just trying to make as much progress here in Dark Souls 3 as I can. As you can see by the title, this is part 4. This is all because of a Donathon incentive I had toward the end of the previous year. Welcome in, Cremmy Adventure. Yeah, because unfortunately, because of the way my ad manager is, I cannot snooze ads right at the end for some reason. They just are already doing the thing. It's very frustrating. Because for some reason, my 2 ad timers are desynced, and it makes no sense. But we will revisit all of this once everybody's hopefully out of ads, so I can greet everyone properly.
Ah.
Let's see, in order to be able to afford a level... I think I could just eat that Weary Warrior?
Ashen One.
Quiet you. Now, I need a bit more than that. I would need to use both of them to reach it. Do I want to do that?
Ah.
I mean, I may as well, right? Just so I don't lose these souls.
Ashen One.
This way I get all my bookkeeping done before the ads are done, and then we can actually
Very well, then
move forward, or perfectly in time with when the ads are dealt with.
Farewell, Ashen Maiden.
I'm curious, how much of a difference does that 1 point make between these two? Yeah, see, 1 point has now made the Sorcerer Staff actually be the same spell buff as the Heretic Staff. How annoying. Is the whole set available on PS... Oh, or are you talking about getting Demon Souls on PS3? So I know you can get Demon Souls... I think everything after, though, was PS4 onward. Might be remembering wrong. But I still need to go back and actually play Demon Souls myself as well. I've been interested in it, I just have not been able... yes, this is Dark Souls. This is Dark Souls 3. Just not... I don't think the full series is available on PS3 was what I was saying. As consoles move on. I may not have worded that the best because I'm all over the place at the moment. Excellent. Everybody will be fully back from ads right now. Welcome back from ads, everybody. Sorry to anybody that came in with the raid that got caught up in the ads like I was talking about as it was starting. I unfortunately can't snooze those anymore because my ad manager is a little buggy because for some reason I have 2 different timers these days. I don't fully understand what's going on with that. It just continues to desync harder and harder day by day. But for anybody that didn't hear the greeting, I do appreciate y'all coming on in. And do let me know what you were playing, Decidius. I do want to know. But of course, if any of y'all need to raid and run, please do so. Taking care of yourself should always be your first priority. Now, for a bit of ad timing out of the way, let's go see about actually getting into a big fight, shall we? Well, do I want to look in the manor first? Yeah, let's look in the manor first, and then we'll go get into the fog gate we found. So I'm curious to see what this path would take. Ah, fair enough. Gameplay that turns into podcast. I know how that goes. I've been there before. But either way, the important part is as long as you were having a good time, it all works out. Where are these two going? It works. Roll away from the fire. There's something making squelching noises behind me. Yep, there it is. Oh, it was a Pontiff Knight. I didn't expect that. Let's go, let's go. It's always good to see when progress happens, because Lord knows I can't say that after 4 sessions of this. It's one of those sometimes better, sometimes worse scenarios. Yapping can be its own progress sometimes. Because you're progressing a line of thought. Or progressing confusing everyone, depending on what you're talking about. I've seen both happen. Okay, now that the ambusher is dealt with... of course I triggered you this time. At the wrong angle. This is why I try to deal with those that way. You know what? Fine. You want to dance? We can dance. Coming for your ankles. Because, yeah, you can just kind of stab them repeatedly and they aren't really a problem. I just wasn't sure about anything else running up at me if I ran down to him. Exactly. Oh, we saw this from up there. This is the doorway in the road we were looking at. Well, the road that kind of abruptly ends, but still, we saw this. Down the hole. We were told that Irithyll dungeon was deep underneath, and I think that might be leading there. Let's not go there right now. That is not according to my plan. Now, I don't know if it's down there, but I have a suspicion based on the way all this looks. That's gonna be the case. Oh, yep. I was gonna say, I saw a fellow standing there. That may have been... Okay, no, that's just a player ghost that lasted a really long time. It was lasting a suspiciously long time, so I thought it was gonna attack me. Yeah, I don't think I actually want to follow through on going this way, so we're going back to... We're going back whence we came, and going to go deal with the fog door first. Means going back to Church of Yorska and going that way. Well, correction. We will attempt to deal with the fog door. There is zero guarantee that this won't end in miserable failure, depending on what we're dealing with. I'm pretty sure I remember who's behind that door, and it's gonna be a thing. Goodbye. I was really expecting them to have realized I was there. Oh, I did not remember that there was a dog in reach of this door. That's a bit of an issue. That may cause future run-back problems. Plan is, we run this way, fall off of here, take mild ankle damage, then confuse them all by coming up from behind them through this ladder, and then running for our lives instead of stabbing them. Like this. Leaving just the Pontiff Knight that's up there to be an issue. They're still trying to shoot me. Now, where is he? Actually, isn't there two of them? Because there was the scythe guy and the shield guy. Yeah, there's the scythe guy right there. Hide under the stairs. Maybe he won't notice me. So if I can get an ambush happening here, we might be able to just clean house quickly. Or we might just let him walk past us. Oh, he's coming right in here. Okay. Anyway, ambush successful. If he didn't turn that way, I was absolutely just gonna let him carry on into the building. There we go. Blind spot saves the day again. Okay. Try counterattack. Yeah, about that. This is going to be bad, then. I'm pretty sure I am right about who this... Yep. Hi, Pontiff. The last boss I did when I was playing this game back in 2013 when it was new. Ow. Yeah, I'm already in trouble. I need to remember how he moves and how he attacks. I don't remember him being too terrible, but with the setup we have here, I'm concerned. Like, I want to say, back when I did this back in those days, I actually did this first try, which was one of the handful of fights I'd actually first tried. Okay, that does decent damage. Yep, that's what I was afraid of, is I couldn't get out of that animation quick enough. Just gonna keep rolling. Don't want anything to do with any of what you're doing there. Nope. I am out of stamina. The thing is, though, you'll notice he has so many openings compared to a lot of other fights up to this point. He gives you, like, all of the space to do things. Problem is, it can also be confusing that way because of the delay on his attacks. You can end up rolling incorrectly instead. Or in the case like I just did, wasting more Estus. I've already thrown this fight before we've even been halfway. It doesn't help that this room is so cluttered, though, with all those pews that get in the way. Which is part of why I was spam rolling. I was trying to clear the pews so I could actually maneuver. So I don't think I can rely on him to knock the pews out of the way for me. Not without him ending up catching me at least once during that. Oh, we might actually have a problem here. If they saw me, we might have an issue. I forgot that the elevator wasn't down there. Or, the elevator was down there, rather. I am all kinds of crossed up with my words today, just bear with me. The words will eventually make sense. Just book it. Just book it. Whoop. It'd be very funny if one of them took the time to run all the way up there to start climbing down the ladder in front of me. There'd be a whole lot of nothing I could do about that. I could probably just zip past these guys, right? I might get got going through the fog here. Nope, we're good. And Pontiff takes his time at the start here, so I can actually get Steady Chant fired up. Do a little bit more with my magic right off the rip. God, I keep thinking he can't dash that far, though. That's why I didn't move. I'm like, okay, he's gonna land short on that, so I'm gonna have some free and clear space on that. I should have rolled back, not towards on that. Yep, I knew that one was ending quickly. I made a very bad mistake early and got caught up into a bad position. This is why I said that there was a decent chance that this was going to take a while, though. Because I gotta get my brain, one, actually out of my tail end, and B, actually gotta remember his pattern. Like I said, his pattern is honestly, at least for me, better than a lot of them because of how steady and slow he is by comparison to some things. Like, I think I would rather fight Pontiff than fight the Undead Legion again, for example. Just because the Undead Legion is much harsher in terms of aggression. The dangerous thing with Pontiff is his attack string there is really long. So you have to be able to keep ahead of the whole string, or get out of reach. Which I was trying to be clever there, and cleverness doesn't always pay off. So because of his dashes, of course, once again, an enemy with an attack that has a slow start and then just kind of zooms part way. I have enough stamina to go through his entire attack string. I just am not sure what kind of openings I'm actually going to be able to follow through on. Trying to clear some space so I can actually fight him properly. Keep misjudging the timing on that particular dash attack. It's another one that kind of skips time a little bit. I don't know if that makes any sense when I explain it that way, but that's how it feels. Yep, everything is timed perfectly to ruin my whole day right now. Because I got, once again, just off pattern, and then everything falls apart. Because that's how this fight is. Yeah, that's fair. How's it going, Natra? The issue we're gonna run into here is when I get the flow properly, this is gonna be nothing. Problem is getting the flow properly. And getting hit on the way there definitely one of the easiest ways for me personally to lose the flow. I'm honestly tempted to just forego trying to use my magic on him at all, because I feel like that's going to be what gets me in trouble. Just trying to get spacing to cast anything. The alternative is we try the idea I was talking about, which is changing Catalyst. Oh, you can actually reach in here. Okay, sure, why not? God fucking damn it. I may as well just let's go back to the bonfire right now, because we're already down in Estus. He says he continues to go forward anyway. Coming through. We'll try the faster cast rate, though now my souls are in an awkward spot. Thankfully, not really fussed about losing them at this point, because they're not that much. There we go, got the first dodge. See, he's another one that can dodge magic attacks, is part of the problem. And that attack is so slow! Like, that's what gets me with that, is that attack is slow. Not that it's too fast. I'd actually prefer he do most of his spinning nonsense, because that's easy to avoid for me. Because that's got a reasonable, regular timing to it. Instead of this weird, like, mixed signal nonsense some of his stuff does. Like that stab he does with the other sword, for example. It's a cheeky one, because it just kind of pops out. Yep. This is why trying to keep spacing against him is bad, because he just does dash attacks if you space. I disagree with that last one hitting, but I was gonna die either way there, so it doesn't matter. But I do think that either I misjudged where my iframes were, or I got shafted on that. I'm not sure. But even with faster casting, I don't think this is gonna matter here. Well, it wouldn't matter if it's both. But if we're gonna try to go brawling, we don't want that ring at all. In fact, we also don't need the Sage's ring. Where is that other ring? That one. It does say no help, yes. That is the same rule we've had the whole time. I'm just being very clear about it today. To avoid getting into a mood. Couldn't put that on. It's not going to matter that much. I'm going to try to just go pure fisticuffs here. That's going to be the only move for it. The reason for taking the clutch ring off, for those who don't know, is that was drastically reducing my absorption. Good. You also don't want to just get thrown out a window. Now, there's a very real possibility that this plan isn't going to work. Generally, yeah. Usually it doesn't go well for anybody involved. That dog was real close. It might end up dropping down right behind us, so I need to boogie. Now, I don't know if he's fire and magic or if he's fire and dark with what his swords have. I'm pretty sure it's fire and magic. Obviously, there's a good chunk of physical to the sword hitting me in the face. There's the split idea of, like, do I worry about defenses at all for this? like, I think that'll matter. You see, this is the plan I'm operating on right now, is dodge, stab, dodge, stab. Is he leaves himself open to being stabbed after a lot of his attacks, as long as you don't time your rolls the worst way you can on the multi-attack. The multi-attack is where being close is going to become dangerous again. It also doesn't help when I have a finger twitch when I roll once and it buffers an input of a second roll that I didn't want. I mean, if it's not boss related and it's not considered helping, go ahead, because it's not like I'm doing anything while I'm running back, so just by all means. If I happen to get back to the boss while we're talking about it, I'll talk about the rest of it afterward. There probably is, but this one's nice and clean. I don't run into any real problems. Aside from when they happen to get lucky and shoot me. Is the issue with the idea of like, oh yeah, there's probably a faster route is if you are going on a route you're not familiar with, it's not going to be faster. That's the trade-off. Well, it might be faster or same speed, but you're likely to make mistakes, would be the main issue, really. I got thrown off by the fact that his second swing missed. This is not going to be a fast process. This is going to be the big problem. I disagree. Yeah, no, he moves too fast. I can't actually back off from him rolling, because he can keep up with that. That was not going to work. It's honestly kind of infuriating, the reversal from when I played this basically like 10 years ago. Is like I was talking about then, I'm 90% sure I either first tried this or like 1 or 2 tries. But that was a pure physical build. And I was definitely much more at the height of my reflexes 10 years ago than I am now. And, you know, not distracted as well, but that's a whole other situation. Why are you all getting so fucking lucky with those shots now, after I say that I think this is the better choice for me? Answer, because the universe fucking hates me, and wants to make any statement I say inaccurate as much as humanly possible. Fuck's sake. As well just leap off the nearest cliff at this rate, because this run's probably in the toaster too. Yeah, no, it's absolutely just fucking over now. Come here. I'm mad now. Yeah, sure, just kind of wiggle warp around my attacks. Why not? Using magic makes a lot of things easier. You just run into problems with certain opponents that are too good at getting within your range before you can actually use your magic. Based on the damage this Great Knife is doing, though, I'm questioning whether I can even make that work right now. We don't have anything that'll do a lot of damage to him. Like, all of our numbers are similar. So I don't think there's any fast way out of this for me, other than the fast way out we've been taking, which is dying to him, which doesn't help anything. Maybe I'm crazy, but maybe he has more health than he did when I had played this in the past. Like, maybe he got a buff at some point, though I don't know why they would do that. Well, yeah. As we've talked about, I have the same problem, because I get impatient about half an hour into a fight. I'm like, okay, I'm over this fight now. Could we just end it, please? And then I die, and have to waste more of my life in a long fight again. Which is why I don't really want this to end up being a long fight. But I don't think I have a choice. And that's where I'm gonna run into problems. Especially when he just happens to wander out of my reach, too. Game, if you would take my inputs when I push the button, that would also be great. The drinking animation had finished. He had already put the bottle away. I pressed roll, nothing happened, because I'm assuming there's a frame or so right in there where it doesn't let you still. Correct. Because after this is potential spoiler territory, even though I have technically seen it all, I've not fought anything after this that I can recall. But since everything else before it has now been done in the playthrough, that's fair game now. Based on the fact that we're still not doing much damage, I think the Flynn ring idea just isn't mattering at all. I was hoping that by pushing all the way down to 30%, it would actually give a meaningful increase. It's still only a whole 5 attacks, so it's worthless. Problem is, literally none of this helps. That is... well, that's technically a couple of them. His Undead Legion has... oh yeah, the Abyss Watchers of the Undead Legion, yeah. That was the one I was talking about earlier that I was saying is way too damn aggressive. And I would rather fight something that moves like Pontiff rather than fight that thing again. They have similar problems of they're both annoying to try to get spells off on because they stay on you. There's variations of issues there. I'm gonna try physical one more time and bring the Pontiff ring for it, because the idea is I might not need to Estus as much if I can get enough fast attacks in. But the amount of attacks I'd have to get in to make it work, I think is going to get me killed. But I'm game to try. Yep. That's how that works. Why have they suddenly gained accuracy? Why is it that if you do the exact same thing in these games, you get different results? Because I make the run the exact same way every time. So why is their shot timing and accuracy different? I don't understand. Like, that's not even a matter of me being mad about it. I'm just confused because that's not how that should work, logically. I'm purposely not two-handing this for anybody that's like, shouldn't you put it in your other hand to do more damage? My one-handed attack is faster. So if I'm gonna try to regen off of him, I have to use the one-handed attacks. But based on how this is going already, not looking great on that move. Honestly, I'm not convinced health matters in these fucking games sometimes. All the health in the world and you still die in a good 3 or 4 hits from basically everything. And that's also why I ditched the armor, because we increased our armor rather significantly and still felt like I was dying in about the same amount of hits, so it just doesn't feel like it matters, and it's frustrating that way. Yeah, no, I got cornered without any stamina left. That was over. This is also why I should never make statements about difficulty before a fight happens. Because I swear, every time I've said that something was not a problem for me in the past, it has become the biggest fucking thorn in my side immediately afterward. Every time, without fail. So, here's the things to think about that could be making a massive difference in how our damage is being dealt. Assumption 1. He is highly resistant to magic. The problem with that assumption is our soul arrows were doing good damage. So if we rewrite that assumption and replace magic damage being his resistance with physical damage being his resistance, it starts to make sense. But then that leaves us with the problem of then we cannot fight him with physical damage, which pushes us back toward using our magic against him. Problem with using the magic against him is he has those dash attacks to close the gap before we can even finish casting half our spells. That leaves us with using Witch Tree Branch for faster casting. Those are usually the two most important factors. The problem is we are now in a position where we have committed hard enough on dexterity, we do not have the luxury of weapon type changing in any particular real fashion without grinding. Like, we could try using the twin daggers, but they're lower enough in damage that I doubt it would matter. The Pontiff Sword could work, because it has more reach and it hits for similar amounts. But the problem is, we are losing all the magic damage. So if he is, in fact, weaker to magic, we would be taking a massive damage down. There's the move of trying to poison him with the Rotten Grue Sword. That's an idea. But with 36 poison, I don't know if that would build up in a reasonable capacity. There's the Katana, but I've not practiced with it literally at all, so the pattern change would probably kill me. Be a good dozen times. I did get the Rotten Grue Spear as well, but I don't really see a spear being a great idea for me in this situation. Which is why I haven't really changed off of the Great Knife. It's also the thing that I have put the most upgrades into. And that's kind of the issue I run into every time where a setup I'm using stops working against a particular boss, is like, okay, now I've got to go spend question mark amount of time raising up a different weapon to not feel like I'm trading down to try to change strategies. And it drives me batty for stream purpose because of the fact that it's now exponentially increasing amounts of stream time being burned to try to dig out of a situation. This is why I tend not to do that. And this is why this ends up being the problem that it is. I did an incomplete change here as well, because I forgot to put the other caster things back. But I want to test a thought. And before it's not impossible, it's just a matter of it takes significant time. is we're at the stage where I can freely do that, because everything I've used is only large Titanite and regular Titanite, which are both theoretically infinite. Later on, when you're in higher tiers, then yeah, that becomes a problem. What I wanted to test was how much does Deep Soul do to him, if I can get it to actually go to him. It does fucking nothing. Well, yeah, if you'd use something that used Twinkling Titanite, you're SOL. That's why I don't use Twinkling Titanite things more often than not. Actually, no, my magic does about the same amount of damage as my melee with 2 hands, actually. It's just arguably safer, unless I go to the threshold where he does his dashes. Yeah, I had something there, but he broke out of the loop. Oh, this is why stamina is so important. Being able to stay ahead of moves like that, yeah. That's the other issue with trying to use magic against him, though, is having to refill said magic. This is why the guidance right outside there was to counter him, because he is incredibly vulnerable to being parried. Like, out of all of the bosses we've fought in this game, I would say Sullivan here's probably the best one to parry. Because he gives you plenty of warning on a good chunk of his attacks, so as long as you pay enough attention, you could parry him to death very easily. Now, somebody may be questioning, well, why don't you just parry him then? I don't like using parrying. Is one, it's a very all-or-nothing deal, and I'm not really a fan of that to begin with. It also, once you get it down, makes things way too easy. It becomes pretty much an I win button, and I'm not really in the business of doing that. But based on how this fight's going, clearly defense does not matter, so putting the clutch ring back on makes sense. I want to see if I can get even faster casting by having the Witch Tree Branch and the Sage Ring, but I don't think that's the case. Different spells. I don't really think I have any that'll do anything here. Flash Sword's a bad choice for this. We could try Hail because it doesn't need targeting, but it does very little damage. So I don't know if it'll do anything, but it could be worth a shot. Weapon-wise, since our weapon is currently doing roughly equivalent damage to our spells, I don't think switching weapons would avail me at all. At least not until I relearned my entire movement pattern based on a different weapon. Because, like, the reason we have that Pontiff Knight Sword leveled up at all is because that's what got us through the Deacons of the Deep, for those who weren't here for that debacle. Is using the Frostblade on that just rinsed the Deacons and made that much, much less of a nuisance to deal with. We also did use the Pontiff Knight Sword to great effect against said Pontiff Knights as well. Now, there is a very specific reason I'm doing this in this order, but I'm starting to ponder whether it's worth it to me to do it in this order. And I may be remembering wrong about how the thing I'm trying to avoid even works. So I thought I had to specifically deal with Pontiff Sullivan for the quest line. Greirat. But I'm starting to think that I might be talking myself into a bad situation on that line of thought. I'm not asking that question to be answered yet. Just to be clear. But I'm pointing out my line of thought for those who know the meaning behind that sentence. To understand my reasoning for putting myself in this position. But buckle up, this may very well literally be the rest of this stream, is us fighting Pontiff. Is apparently it is just not landing today. Let's try the experiment again. But I do stand by the statement that without backing off and grinding, I don't think there's any way I can meaningfully change our situation. If we continue to fail, I'll try the other weapons and see if they do make faster headway through his health, but there's not a logical reason why they should, looking at the numbers. The only reason this is even a consideration is because I know the numbers in this game can just lie to you. So it's worth thinking about. It's just hard for me to commit to that decision because, like I said, the numbers just don't make sense in that situation. Because we have a fast attacking weapon that does similar damage to anything else I have. You would think you would then want to use the fastest swinging thing you have to apply said damage as quick and as often as possible. I'm so glad that that just missed every time. Yeah, that does negligible damage. I just let that one go because there was no point in even attempting with how little Fahrenhael did. That spell genuinely continues to feel like it was a waste of my souls to have purchased. So honestly, we just don't have another spell that's worth using. Like, it really feels like Great Heavy Soul Arrow is my only spell well, a lot of the time, which is annoying. You know what would be doing so much for us right about now? Any variety of homing soul mass. Since he spends all of his time getting close, he would just walk into that over and over again and it would do such good for us. But I'm pretty sure it doesn't exist until after this point, if it even exists in this one at all. Which, I'll ask this, if there's anybody out there that knows. Are there any spells that I didn't get that would be better than what I'm using? I know I put myself in a bad position by delaying to think about that. But thankfully we managed to dodge that bullet anyway. Get my whole 350 back. Yep. This is another case of a boss arena with just enough clutter, though, to be irritating. Is like there, my camera got obscured by the random curtain they decided needed to be in this room. Getting tangled on random shit again. do you react if I actively run back? Do you warp forward to pursue, or do you just walk at me? So I think he actually... Oh, he's doing the phase change now. Now is where this becomes a problem. Good lord, now there's two of them. There we go. In a lot of ways, though, this part will actually be less of a problem. That was the one part that would be a problem, is when he does the dive. Though, I don't know why I didn't roll there, because I did press it. He didn't do it, but I did press it. I'm assuming I was still staggered from the spear throw he did. But I genuinely feel like I'm in another position where I'm missing spells. Because we've been using the same spells for a while now. Because I went and fetched the scroll needed to get the stuff we're using right now in between the session before this and the session before that. So we've been using Great Heavy basically for 2 full sessions now. That feels like that's incorrect. Like, I should have found another spell by now that would be a good choice to use. But I'm 90% sure there are no sorceries down in Smoldering Lake. I'm pretty sure it's all pyromancies as far as magic down there goes. And that doesn't help me. What we just saw there, though, with me running back from him and him just kind of walking at me, we might have something there. You know, plus or minus my character just deciding not to throw the spell in the enemy's direction and just throwing it off into the abyss. Presumably because I was running, and running spells, I guess, are a thing. Okay, yeah, those do nothing. I wanted to see if Farron Dart did any real damage. Since it was the great version, it's like, oh yeah, maybe it'll do, like, 30 damage instead of nothing. And the answer is not really. That time I had no stamina. I saw that I had no stamina there. And that might be the problem that happened when I got speared as well, as I may have not had stamina and not noticed. Yay for random shit jutting out of your arenas! Like, I'm not asking for you to make your arenas all boring squares and circles, but you can add a lot of detail to them without giving your players tripping hazards everywhere. Or when you're trying to have maneuvering space, it's really irritating. It's like, oh hey, I happened to circle to the side. Oh, there's a fucking statue there! Haha! Swear to God. But I tell you what. I don't see any world why fire should be effective. Let's see if fire does literally anything. If this somehow drastically does more damage than our Great Knife was doing, we know then that he actually has a weakness there. That dog jumped down with us that time. I saw it go flying by. Yep, there he is. And the only reason fire is the thing I reach for, even though he's got a fire weapon, is because of all the themes of ice and frostbite going on around here makes fire seem like the logical choice. Considering, you know, the Pontiff Knights all wield ice as one of their things. Though, based on the amount of no damage that's doing at all, this is about what I was expecting. I think this is just our best move, is backing off enough that he just kind of ominously walks towards me and dies. I just need to make sure to stay far enough away that the strategy actually works. And for those who might be like, why do you keep getting hit by that move? I cannot get a read on the timing of that slow-ass swing. I know it sounds stupid, but I always think it's gonna happen like a couple frames before it does. To try to match it in my brain with the rest of his moves. But it is just that much slower. Yeah, I didn't think walking up there to try to stab him in that position was a good idea. Okay, he can be knocked around, so I wonder if that's something I took advantage of back then. Was the fact that he does have a breakable poise, just like everybody else. Yeah. I cannot let both of them stay in existence. If they're both in play, it's over. Because I won't be able to keep an eye on both of them at the same time. But okay, we've disproven fire now. Fire has been proven to be a useless entity. But again, based on our testing so far, it feels like trying to use something like this is not going to amount to any more damage than we were already doing. And instead, trading for a slower pattern. Which does not benefit me. Because all that does is leave me more room to make stupid mistakes where I time an attack wrong. But for sake of experimentation and proving out like that every tool I have at my disposal isn't working, we have to do this. I will say, based on the amount of cast time we're getting when he's walking towards us, I don't think I need to use the weaker catalyst or the sage ring, really. I could change those. So as far as the sage ring goes, I don't think there's any reason to change it, because we don't really have any other ring that would do anything particularly important in this situation. But I'm just gonna go right for him with the Pontiff Sword and see what damage it does. No, it's doing roughly equivalent to what the knife was doing. With both being two-handed. Which doesn't make any sense. There's something in there where the math ain't mathin'. Like, unless he specifically has just the right resistance. Actually, no, the Pontiff's Night Sword's not as far behind as I keep convincing myself it is because of the scaling. It is at 201. As opposed to... That's 140... with magic, so it becomes 251 plus 13, which is 264. I mean, that is a 60-point difference, so no, that is about as significant as I was telling myself it was. And yet, the actual numbers I was seeing there when I was hitting him were much more comparable than that, so there's something screwball-y with the numbers there that I can't put my finger on. For sake of completeness, though, let's try the katana now. Because these are the only things I've got upgraded in any form or fashion that would be able to do anything here. And before anybody's like, well, why don't you try the brigand knives? They are way too small and too short to try to use against somebody like Sullivan, I think. Somebody much better at the game could probably make that work. I am neither bold nor confident enough to try a weapon that short against him. That's why the friggin' knives have been kind of left by the wayside is I very rarely have the confidence to play at that range. They were a great experiment, but they're just not good for the ranges we kind of have to play at. Which, at the end of the day, that's kind of the bottom line situation here anyway, is I may just not be good enough to make this build work. And that would not exactly be a shocker to me. Yeah, see, that's doing roughly equivalent damage as well. Just in exchange for different stamina usage and different speeds. The one thing I was hoping for is that using a different weapon might have given us different poise results, because we did see him get knocked once. But I don't think any of the things I'm comfortable using are going to have enough of a knock to matter. The closest was the longsword, and that was doing very, very insignificant damage. I mean, when in doubt, try every trick you have in your arsenal. So we are going into or are in ads right now, so you will have to wait a little bit to see this plan come to fruition potentially. We're gonna put the Flynn ring back on and put the Havel ring back on. Problem is we don't have like poison arrows or anything. Is for those of you that watched me play Dark Souls 2, you may remember when I just started poison arrowing a bunch of my problems away in that sequence. Unfortunately, we don't really have that luxury here, because I don't think we have any shops that have poison arrows. I'll go check, though. The one who would have it would be Patches, I think. If anybody has poison arrows. Though there's also the question mark of I need to have enough souls to buy enough of them to matter, too. Which I currently don't.
Oh, aren't you?
Yeah, he does have poison arrows. They're 120 each, though. So yeah, I think that is exactly the scenario I was talking about of I'm not going to be able to buy a meaningful amount of them right now without, again, going and grinding. Which it's looking like I just might not have a choice at all in that vein. Alternatively, we go down to Irithyll Dungeon. So I'm pretty sure that that area I was looking at heading towards at that distant manor or warp is Irithyll Dungeon. Either way, I'm gonna get up from him. His ads are running. Yeah. Yeah, but he's necessary, unfortunately, right now. So he gets to live for the moment. Once his usefulness is past, though, Patches will die. But like I said, I'll be back in a second. Okay, we should be back from ads here momentarily. Got up, let myself physically and mentally cool off a second. Because it is very warm in here. Because it's in that magic threshold where over here in the house is hot, but it's not hot enough where the sensor is to actually set the air conditioning off. So I just get to suffer. Let's test to see exactly what results shooting him gets us, and if I don't see numbers that I'm happy with, we're probably just going to abandon fighting Pontiff right now and go down to the path I was talking about and see how that turns out for us. See if that ends up being regret as well or not. Considering I'm just using baby arrows, I don't anticipate this doing much. It's the only other remaining proof of concept I have to kind of figure out why certain things are doing what they are and certain things aren't. Because my damage numbers against him just aren't making sense. Fuck's sake. Not only did I get shot, but I also managed to get bit this time. Thanks, game. Love that for me. Because I'm going to be real with y'all. If this comes down to just having to do that fight perfectly for long enough to get through his health bar, that's probably not happening today. I know I'm shooting at the, like, absolute edge of my range right now. There we go. If I had poison arrows, they'd be doing great work right about now, probably. But of course, you know, I immediately get punished for my crimes there. But that wasn't meant to be an actual attempt at fighting him. That was meant to just be a test of a thought. Based on the amount of damage he took from those arrows before he even started acting, though, there's an idea to be had there. But again, it would require me expending souls I don't have, so we're one way or the other having to... Brain. Could you just... Brain, could you actually use words today, please? We would still have to get more souls, is the bottom line there. That's not the phrasing my brain wanted to go for, but it won't give me the fucking words today, because my brain has fallen out of my ass today, apparently. But yeah, point being... I think we are better served going down that other path and seeing where that takes us at the moment than continuing to fight and die to Pontiff. And we'll just have to hope that this doesn't backfire as far as the rest of my plan goes. Not that going down here is a good idea. You've missed nothing. Literally nothing has happened. We have died to Pontiff every time. I have tested everything I own against him, and none of it mattered. Exactly as anticipated, pretty much. So we're going this way to see if this amounts to anything. If I'm even allowed to get anywhere before I lose my fucking mind. Yep, I was right. This is Irithyll Dungeon down here. Not that I want to be here either, but... Oh, didn't mean to knock him off of there, but you know what? I'll take that. He also didn't die. Yep, there he is right there. Trying his best. Yep, had a feeling. Now, this area has its problems too. But as I've mentioned numerous times, I would always rather progress an area than sit there and beat my head against a boss and get nowhere. Like, I would still rather go to the worst areas than fight bosses more. Is that's just my personal taste. I don't really enjoy the boss fighting. They are not designed in a way that meshes well with me at all. There's the old sorcerer stuff. Is like, a lot of the situation is like, oh hey, this fight is really high stakes, they will kill me very quickly. But unless you've built yourself very specifically to do very, very high damage, you're very rarely going to see a situation where you can kill them anywhere near as quickly as they can kill you. Which thus leaves you with a risky fight where you have to continually not make a mistake. And as I've talked about, I'm not really the one to spend long periods of time without making any mistakes at all. I am, unfortunately, a very mistake-prone individual. Precisely. That's kind of the issue a bit. And I'm not asking for it to be a perfectly even fight, because that doesn't exist. There's no such thing as perfectly even fights. Especially when you have to account for so much build variety and such. But it really is just very unfortunate sometimes how outmatched I can end up feeling in some of these fights. Oh, that's reducing my max health. Great. Thanks. Love that. I forgot that there was a thing in here. I don't know if I should have swung at you. Just kind of reflexively swung at you. You're not attacking me, so I'm just gonna leave you alone. It's probably fine. Something's making awful noises over there, and I'm just not interested in finding out. See, and that's exactly the thing that doesn't do anything for me, Nacho. We've talked about this before. I don't get the positive side of that most of the time, because very frequently I have that second experience where it's like, oh hey, they just happen to take a nicer pattern that time, and oh, I guess I win this time. Which just leaves me feeling oftentimes more frustrated rather than less. Yeah, congrats on the 5-stream streak there, Charlotte. As you might have gathered based on the current line of conversation, it's been a day. We've got another scenario of, oh hey, I hope you want to spend like an entire stream fighting one boss and hating life, because that's the life you're gonna have today. It should say a lot for anybody that knows what's going on when I find Irithyll Dungeon to be an improvement. That's why I just didn't even bother fighting that. I just left. Both times it showed up, I just left. There we go. The noisemaker's dead now. Because the thing is, that big dog is just not worth fighting. It's just not worth it. You're in an awful position fighting something that can just rip you to shreds in an instant. And you've got a convenient barrier to leave the fucker behind. So I just left the fucker behind. More villagers? Yeah. No, those are jailers, I think. They just have similar weapons. No, we didn't do... Oh, you're talking the first boss you face. I didn't even really consider him a dog. That's where the confusion comes from. You're talking about Vord, aren't you? Well, it was the dog description that threw me, because it's just like, I didn't see any dog features to that, so I'm like, what dog do you mean? I saw a dog in Bridge and went, oh, it must be the dog that was in this area. The one that goes charging around and just rips you to shreds. Yeah, to be fair, with the Vort situation, you don't have a choice. You have to go through him. It'd be that way sometimes, and that's the worst situation. You kind of don't have a choice but to take the win there, or you have to do the even worse thing and put yourself in a position where you have to keep fighting it. Yeah, it's a mimic. Mimic I'm doing no damage to as well. Love that for me. There's an Estus shard at least. Yeah, I think, to put it another way, the parts of these that end up feeling the worst is exactly situations like what we just ran into with Sullivan, where it feels like none of my choices are mattering and none of my weapons do anything. Because they all feel like they make very minute pushes on his health, which just feels bad. Well done on getting that much done already in your archipelago there, Charlotte. Sorry, not exactly a time to be trying to respond to things like that. Just bear with. Oh, hopefully this doesn't kill me. It's gonna start raining men down this hole, isn't it? No, they don't seem to have figured it out. Not that I really want to be here either, admittedly, but you know. Better here and alive than up there and dead, I guess. Just gonna avoid Mr. Gigante over there. Pickaxe. Oh great, I'm gonna die to rats, huh? That's lovely. But how many checks does XCOM 2 even have, Charlotte? I'm curious. If you remember how much it had. Okay. That makes getting to 41% a lot more reasonable. Yep, I knew at some point I was gonna not get enough reach and get the timing to work there. Okay. So what is it based on getting specific materials from the various enemies and such then? Yeah, that's kind of what I was figuring. So, based on what you described when you were setting it up, I assume all of your enemies are randomized as well, so you can't really encourage the spawns that you need to happen. That one's locked. So that's probably the only one that has anything I would actually want in it. Yeah, it's just gonna be time consuming. It's interesting that use a weapon is one of the checks. I would not have expected that to be an option. Nope, there was no reason to open that door. Now I would just have a new problem to deal with the next time I spawn in here. Those make sense because it's forcing you to actually use the extra utility things that more often than not nobody uses. It also gives you a reason to actually utilize your materials more. Which can be a positive and a negative, admittedly. Or when you don't have those materials, it's like, well... Oh, this is a door. Huh. Not expecting that to be a door. Yeah, research is all checks, and you have to wait for other people to give you the research, presumably, then. So this is also why Archipelago is usually meant as a slow burn thing. You'd, like, play your seed for, like, a day, for a few hours, and then wait till people send you things based on what you sent them. And then you kind of go back and forth and hope for the best. It may also be a setting to have you actually be able to do your own research. Because a bunch of archipelagos have that be a choice. I don't know how advanced the XCOM 2 one is. Okay. Yeah, honestly, being late to the party is a good thing for Archipelago to a degree, because it gives you an edge to make your life a little easier. Yeah, it's fair. I mean, all things considered, the starter weapons are at least not, like, terrible to begin with. Them being better is good, though. More of the Leech Boys. Oh, we've been here already. I suppose it's a sense of scale thing. So I'm more thinking back to the way a bunch of other similar games start up, where your starting weapons are just straight up entirely useless. Whereas at least in XCOM 1 and 2 of the newer XCOMs, they at least feel like they do something. Because a reliable 2 to 3 is not completely useless. Yeah, exactly. They last you long enough till you should have something better. other than that, you just have to know how to game the system, per se. Yep. That's unfortunately how it works, because whoever has those checks just didn't hit them, or the seed has decided your check for those is way further out than you might otherwise think logic would be fair to have it be. To use the Final Fantasy Tactics I did for the Dragon Pelago as an example, I didn't have a relatively basic class like Archer or Thief until, like, the end of my seed. Hell, I didn't even have Priest till, like, the latter half. So I was relying on Chemist that whole time, pretty much, to have any means of healing. Just to give you an example of what could happen with those seeds, and why it's just, well, sometimes you just get stuck with what you get stuck with. And especially if you got early armor, that probably means that the Final Fantasy Tactics was the example I was using in this particular case. So I was bereft of any healing option at all. Yeah, I'm trying to go through that thought quickly because invariably I'm going to turn a corner and something bad's going to happen and interrupt the thought, so I have to kind of move along. Okay, we have the jailbreaker key, but it doesn't open that door. What doors in here does it open, then? Maybe it opens the one down here. Oh, I took a wrong turn and ended up in this idiot's room instead. This is not where I wanted to be. So other than the max health draining, this place really isn't anywhere near as much of a threat. Problem is, every time our max health gets decreased, as soon as it goes back up, I don't get that health back. So it's basically the same as if I got hit. It's a whole issue. Okay, no, that one is hostile. But that's not the one that was clinging to the wall that I ended up hitting without meaning to. He was inside the walls in that other room. But this is not the way down I had meant to go down. It would help a lot if this whole place didn't look the same. Yeah, you. Okay, no, you don't talk or anything. You just are there. Okay, good for you. I think it was the way down on this side that I'd meant to double check now that we had that key. Nope, that doesn't work on this one either. Hooray for a worthless fucking key, eh? Oh, it's only specifically for that window. Great. Well, at least I know what it's for now. I should have just read it to begin with, but I assumed that that would be a useful key. Which, technically it is. Opening this is useful, presumably. Because that spits us out where we ran to and died, actually. Just right above it. Because there's that whole posse that I was fighting before. I should not have dropped down without healing. I did not think that through. Oh, that was the best timed, worst timed arrow. Best timed for them, worst for me. For those that are like, what the hell do you mean with that? But of course, it's that classic thing I've complained about multiple times today of enemies being able to attack through each other, too. Because, you know, that's good game design, right? Bolts just flying through solid bodies. Yeah. Okay. Not really how I wanted that to play out, but you know what? We got out of that alive, at least. There's a ladder here we can try instead of dropping down the hole that leads to the giant. Fuck you. Door. Oh, great. All roads lead to Rome. We come back to Mr. Giant anyway. Things I don't want to deal with in the condition that I'm in for 500. This fucking thing. Maybe I can just run by him. Nope. I'm gonna have to wake him up. Oh, and there's a Titanite lizard too. Look at that. Where's that door? There it is. Not gonna fight him fair because it's not worth it to me. Look, if they didn't build him with a counter to the door that's right next to him, I can't help but feel that that's not my fault. God damn you. Stop going back to sleep. And he's dead. Now you get permanent sleep. Goodbye. Now we can make progress. Where some of these ladders should come with an "Are you sure?" I also love that the rats that killed me are right there. That giant, completely pointless. Didn't have to deal with him. Could have just hopped down the rocks over there and gotten where I was again. There was no benefit to dealing with him other than that Soul of Crestfallen Knight and the souls he dropped. Love that for me. Right side, we have a lot of souls. Downside, a lot more rats. They do not, in fact, get to make any of the rules. Yeah, I'm right there with you about it being a weary warrior, that's for sure. Big rat time again. Yeah, I clearly wanted to try to kick the rat that was gonna bite my face off. Yep. Oh, and I fell through the world, too. I love when it keeps doing the exact thing that I hate the most. It was to me there, where enemies just clip through each other. Because you would think, go in that tunnel. Only one of them would be able to get it at you. And then somehow one of them just, like, rubber band man ends around the other one, fucking warps through to kill me. swear. Don't care. Needed to calculate for a second. Also, why didn't I pick that up before? Greatly boost sorceries. Okay, that might actually be worth it. Let's do it. Coming through. Yeah, clown show time coming through. Ow, ow, ow. Goodbye. Okay, and now we're right back to the rats without much of an issue. I also could have went for the Titanite lizard. Actually, there is a ladder. I still could. Yeah, you don't have as good a place to hide this time either. Titanite chunk. I think that does give me enough chunks to upgrade my knife again as well. But the ring greatly boosting my sorceries might help make a difference against Pontiff. Is the main thing that's caught my mind right now from that situation. Because, you know, that is the problem at hand, is defeating Pontiff Sulyvahn. And anything that lets me hit him harder will go a long way toward that happening. Okay. And that was for a dung pie. I died for a pile of poop. And this is a door that opens, though, so this might actually matter. Oh, this is the bottom floor of the prison. Large Titanite shards. A patrol of jailers. Let's come back to that thought in a minute. Let's see where the other path goes. As soon as I find it again. We do have a lot of souls on hand, though, so I need to be a little careful. Was not to throw all of them away. I know that sound. There's a basilisk about. This one's safe. The old cell key, okay. This one's a mimic. Oh, it's one of these mimics, too. There's the basilisk. Oh, it was a trap. Oh my god, it was such a trap. Oh no. Oh, this is a bad deal all around right now, folks. I'm so glad I just completely missed that because I was hesitating away from the mimic. Okay, mimic's down. I managed to trick the mimic. All that for a damn dark clutch ring, too, which I don't think I have any use for. Oh my god, everything is curse. Ah, it stinks here. Moss fruit. There's still more basilisks left in there, too, I'm pretty sure. A couple of them jumped off, but I'm pretty sure there's still 2 or 3 of them in here. Yeah, because they didn't follow. Okay, handled that situation far better than I expected to. As soon as I realized there was all those basilisks, I'm like, I just need to keep going. There's no stopping. If I stop, I'm dead. Whew. Now let's deal with the jailer patrols. Oh, actually, I don't have to deal with them. I can just leave. Huh. Gesture required ahead. Oh, I think I remember this bit. Dragon Torso Stone. I don't have the gesture I need for this, I don't think. Because you're supposed to sit down here and do something, and then it'll take you somewhere else. Where does this elevator take me? Oh, there's an item there. Obviously, I wasn't going to jump yet. Determining the situation first. Item. Okay, that's back on the main floor of the dungeon as well. I'm pretty sure that's back, like, in that first 2 sections you go to in there. What's this? Lightning Blade. Doesn't help me. I'm not using miracles. The only miracles I have are me actually managing to win fights. Let me tell you, confidence is at an all-time low right now after all the times I've been bodied by Pontiff Sullivan today. What? I didn't even see the attack. I saw it after I was already hit and dying. I didn't realize they had 2 different ranged moves. That's gonna be a really awkward soul pile to get back to. The window's there, but I'm pretty sure the door we opened is the one on the other side over here, past these guys. Not that way. That way. No, there's no door there either. Then where the hell was that door that I opened? Could have swore it was one of the ones right in this first room. No, it's that door right there. Okay, that trims an immense amount off of the problem. Okay. That solves a lot of issues. It doesn't fully salvage this situation back into being good, but it makes it less of a problem. Oh, and for those who might be wondering why I didn't just put the Bellowing Dragon ring on straight away and, like, replace the Magic Clutch ring, the Magic Clutch ring increases magic attack, while the Sorcery ring obviously boosts sorceries. Boosting sorceries does not make our magic melee damage higher. I don't want to lock onto the dumb fucking bastard sleeping there. Thanks, game. Thanks for just forever locking onto him no matter what I did. That's clearly what I wanted in this situation. Swear to God, the lock on this game pisses me off so much sometimes. I know this is a day of me just being angry, but welcome to what happens with this game sometimes. Which, there's something I should talk about once I'm done dealing with these guys so I can actually get a coherent thought out. That is part of why I might be a bit more prone to anger today. Profaned coal, that might be useful. Okay, I'm gonna take a moment and actually tell this story so I don't get interrupted in the middle of this thought. It's not a long story. So, I did not get great sleep last night. Because I went to bed at about midnight, about normal. Everything was fine. Cut to 2 hours from then, at 2 in the morning. Loud bang goes off. Something akin to, like, a really loud bell ringing. For some reason. Power went out. So I'm just sitting there in pitch black, wondering what the fuck just happened. Go look around, found nothing, no idea what happened. Went back to bed. Woke up dehydrated and miserable, presumably because we spent the majority of the night without power, so no air conditioning during the heat wave. So yeah, that's why I'm not exactly in a great mood today. I'm sorry to hear that you also had problems last night, presumably. Hey there, Charlotte. It be what it be. At least we had power back when I woke up. Up in the morning. Properly. But it was just really annoying to have my sleep interrupted just because question mark happened. I'm honestly surprised I went back to sleep as easily as I did, considering the fact that that was a very odd situation. Like, it's certainly not the worst sleep I've had. It's not great. I would factor the condition I woke up in worse. There is also an addition to that, but it's a less of a thing. I was annoyed because they had already told me that the payout for this month had processed. It still hasn't made it to the bank account yet. It's taking a long time again. That's less of a thing, but ties into general irritation overall anyway. Because they had said on the 10th that it was going, and it just hasn't gotten there yet. Pretty much. I was also considering getting myself something a bit nicer for lunch today to help me kind of tank the likely aggravation of this today. And obviously, you know, since I didn't get paid yet, that didn't happen either. So it's been one of those days. I didn't bring it up earlier, but it's like, you know, I'm just gonna not talk about this. But as the current state of things goes, it seemed prudent to explain why the mental state is what it is. That's another fucking mimic. This place, I tell ya. Thankfully, mimics are not that bad to deal with. It's just like, why are there so many of you? More Titanite scales, though. Like, I have to assume they set all these mimics out as bait because, like, oh yeah, this is a prison. People break out of prison, go, ooh, this might be useful. Tries to grab the thing and gets eaten for it. Getting real tired of the screaming corpses, too. Because I assume if we snuck over there past the jailers, that probably would have summoned all the jailers in the area to me. Rude, sir. Stop that. Apparently, even though we have a key, we still can't open all of the doors. We got the old jail key, right? Yeah, we have the old cell. Oh, literally for... Why are there so many keys that are only for one door around here? I don't think I wanted to open that door. Gonna level with you. Don't think I wanted to open this door. I have to assume I had to, though. Or not. So you're telling me that this whole big cell was for one guy, and there's nothing in here, huh? Yeah, no, it seems like there is in fact nothing in here. Because if there was any illusory walls in there, they were likely to be in the middle of each side, and there wasn't any. Huh. Beware of above, so to speak, monster. Why are you pointing up there, though? You point the wrong way? Or is there something that's gonna jump down when I try to cross the bridge? Just gonna do that. Because me and bridges don't get along. Profaned capital. Oh, hi there. Well, that wasn't so bad. Operation Stab Him in the Balls Till He Stopped Moving worked out surprisingly well for not getting me knocked off the bridge. What a mess. Guess this is why it's called the Profaned Capital. It's not exactly looking good. There's probably a lot of reasons for that, really. Can I get a bonfire that I can get rid of these souls? Maybe? Possibly? Perhaps? Because boy, do I not really want to keep carrying 42,000 souls around. There it is. Stretch out in an undead bone shard. You would think I would have noticed this, but I saw the item and didn't actually notice the bonfire. So it's interesting that the Profaned Capital is actually part of Irithel Dungeon, according to that. Let's get away from there for now. Go spend all of this money before bad things happen to me. We also have a bunch of ashes to drop off, but I want to remember to use these chunks first. Oh wait, no, I only got one chunk. I got a lot of scales. Damn it. Which, Titanite scales, for those who are wondering, are only for special weapons, like the Tailbone Spear and boss weapons, generally. If I had one more strength, I could use this and play around with the Unleashed Dragon move, which would be fitting, but this weapon doesn't seem otherwise that good, so probably not worth it. Once again, we have a situation here where upgrading the Sorcerer Staff doesn't actually make its spell buff go up, but if I raise the Heretic Staff, the spell buff does go up. I have to assume there's, like, hidden variables within the scaling that's causing them to sometimes go up and sometimes not. Still, that leaves us in a situation where we can't actually improve too much. At least not in here. We do have another coal to give him, though. We can give him the profaned coal.
Where did you happen upon this coal? This is much too dark. I see the abyss in it. Yet, a smith I remain. I won't turn down a request. But forget not, your fight is for the flame and for your fellow kin, just like mine. A cursed fate this may be, but hope remains, does it not?
It varies sometimes on that idea. We also have an Estus shard to give him, which will help. Now we have access to more infusions. We have Hollow, we have Dark. I don't know if we had Bleed before. I think Bleed was there before? I'm genuinely not sure about that. Yeah, Deep and Dark are obviously different because you can see that Dark adds scaling, whereas Deep removes all scaling. Yeah, exactly. The power of friendship and this gun I found. How you doing, Tara? Hopefully well. I've definitely been kind of getting battered today, as you might have caught. Yeah, those extra infusions do give us some other options. I don't know if I'll follow through on any of those. Always a good idea. Food be important.
Ah,
Hopefully you enjoy when you do go.
gracious. Passing fine. Let this I only...
Same line you had before. The Xanthus Ashes. What did they do for me? Xanthus Armor. And that appears to have been it. So that's mildly disappointing. Doesn't seem bad. Actually seems like it's decent for the weight. Especially against magic. So maybe worth picking that up. I don't know if I would pick it up right now, though. Of course, I'm still questioning if armor means literally anything in these games at this rate.
Welcome, Husby. Very well then taken.
That is our 30th point of intelligence. We need another 10,000 in order to be able to get another level.
Farewell, Ashmaiden.
Levels have really just gotten so far apart now. We still have no tomes to give for more pyromancy, not that we would use any of them anyway. We've got no scrolls to offer for more sorcery, more importantly, which is unfortunate. Yeah, so the problem is I feel compelled to try to build any kind of durability in I can, just because it makes sense from a logical perspective, and then this game just pisses on that logic and throws it out the window. It drives me batty. Because even wearing the Undead Legion armor and a whole set of gear that gave us a solid amount of protection didn't make a meaningful amount of impact on the amount of damage we were taking, so it drives my logical brain insane when I try to make sense of that. It's like, what is the point? Because it just doesn't make sense. Like, just to give a perfect example. See how I just improved my physical defenses by double? It's not going to make a difference. Not even going to make the slightest shred of a difference. And if I get hit with a physical attack. Mind you, it's of course doubled only in that slot. But we had absorption over 20 before. for physical. And I died in the same amount of hits I have been dying with below 10. So it's like, what's the point then? Why, like, obviously, other than the fashion option, why does this armor even exist? Why even have stats for it? It just... Ah! Because I cannot help but try to make sense of it, and I cannot. Because I don't think there's sense to be made of it. Well, the thing is, armor didn't feel like it mattered in the earlier games either. That's the problem. Is it very rarely felt like armor mattered in any of them other than Dark Souls 2, where you could upgrade the armor and you had a stat that scaled with your armor, which made armor have more of an impact.
Ashen One.
Here, unless we're talking a swing like you're talking about, where you go all the way up to like the heaviest plate armor, it feels like it doesn't matter at all. And it's very frustrating.
Farewell, Maiden.
It's one of those cases of, it feels like I'm doing everything in my power to do everything right, and I still get shafted. I'll be honest, I forgot one had armor upgrading because it didn't feel like upgrading the armor and that one mattered that much either, because I still felt like I got pushed right through the same amount. But yeah, this not having any armor upgrading is an odd choice. I do wonder why they did that. Like, they gave us catalyst upgrading, but they took away armor upgrading. It's an odd one.
Just wasn't it?
Like, I have to assume they let us upgrade shields purely because of the fact that they have damage statistics, more so than them having any bearing on your defense benefit. Maybe? See, here's the thing. I don't know if they actually have statistics for that. That's where the question mark comes in. I don't know if... like, they have analytics that gave them the information of how many people upgraded armor and who didn't. But they may have also, like, polled the community and things like that that I would have no way of knowing anything about without looking into it. So those are all possibilities. But there's also the question mark about the concept of raw power either. 'Cause I'll be real with you. Every single one of these games, I can't help but notice that there's a point where it feels like all of my upgrading and all of the work I've done feels fucking useless. Oh, absolutely. But the thing is, the poise of heavy armor has no... like, that has no bearing on the upgrading discussion, necessarily. Unless you're talking about raw power in terms of just people went for highest possible number to begin with and didn't worry about upgrading it after having highest possible number. Because when I saw the words raw power, I assumed raw weapon power. Okay. Bear with me, my brain is devastated today. So I don't always make the same jump that I might otherwise. Like, I've been sitting here roasting on top of having interrupted sleep and just getting pummeled by the game today. So it's not a good brain day at all. But yeah, to finish my thought about it feeling like there's at least one point where your upgrades and such feel like they're just fucking useless. I felt like I was keeping up in line pretty well. Then we hit Pontiff Sullivan. I feel like nothing I have does any damage to that man. Like, does his bar move? Sure, but nowhere near as much as I feel like it should for having everything at the highest point where I could possibly have it right now. Like, the only thing I could say that excuses that situation a bit is the fact that obviously I have a very split-up build, so I'm not perfectly efficient. But it's still incredibly frustrating. But no, I could see with logic like that the upgrading wouldn't matter. That's the thing that frustrates me with him, though, is his pattern's not that bad. He's genuinely... If he just fucking died, would not be a hard fight. But he just won't fucking die. Now that we have the Bellowing Dragon Ring, I'm gonna go back in there and try that again, because we can scale ourselves a bit harder to hopefully kill him this time. Because we should be able to actually, you know, move that health bar in a meaningful way without feeling like I'm just pissing into the wind fighting him. Because we were consistently getting him down to half, just I was burning so much getting him even to half that I didn't feel comfortable or confident continuing to try it. I was hoping to find some other sorceries at all down in Irithyll Dungeon, but I didn't have any luck on that front. I'm banking on the combined scaling of these rings to let me kill him in fewer shots. We can actually do a damage test here. How much damage do my spells do now? They definitely do more. That's a solid, like, 70 more damage, I think, from the ring boost. So that's actually pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. It's kind of funny how last week Pontiff Knights were scary, and this week they're test dummies. I'm gonna go get my magic back right quick. But my point is, considering the way I'm disposing of his Pontiff Knights and such at this point, I feel like he's another case of he's out of scale with the area. And it bothers me when things feel out of scale. Because if I can dispose of the enemies in an area in 2 hits, I would expect greater results against the area's boss. And yet, it doesn't feel that way. And I think that's the part of the logic that gets me in trouble with this series in general, is their scaling doesn't work the same way I think it logically would. But I keep getting myself in that same logic hole and thinking like, oh yeah, I'll be in a good position. See, that makes a lot of sense about how he is. There's also just a lot of... I'll use the kid's term here. He's got a lot of fucking aura going on. What with the slow walking towards you and everything. He also functions similarly with how his swings are to Gwyn and characters like that as well, with the big flaming sword swinging in graceful large arcs at you, but also trying to push you with brutal speed when he wants to. Yep, I fucked that one up. That one was my fault. Yeah, definitely moved his health bar better that time. I just got caught out because of bad timing. Based on how that moved this time, we should be able to make this happen. The issue before was I just did not feel like I was moving that bar fast enough to account for the speed at which I can die. Because that's my problem. Is all the armor in the world still leaves him killing me in a good 3 hits. Because we were wearing much more durability enhancing armor the first time we fought him, and he killed me in 3. And even now, I take about 3 to die. I went the wrong way. They all feel like wildly different games, if I'm honest. All 3 of them feel very different from each other. Is it anyone who compares this to Bloodborne? I agree with, because it does have a lot of the same aggression as Bloodborne. Like, it's not as aggressive, I would say. It steps back a bit towards the rest of the Dark Souls games in terms of speed and aggression. But you can definitely tell that was a similar time. Okay. See, I have no context or information for that, so I can't work on any of that information. I can only work with, like, the comparison I was talking about there. I got my spacing wrong. 'Cause I've proven that if I stay just far enough away from him, he just walks towards me, and I'm trying to get him back in that. But apparently I've just also forgotten all of my timing for fighting him, so we're gonna have to do that whole process over again. Which is my favorite thing! Yay! Hope you like this path, because we're gonna be seeing it all day. Woo! Great excitement. Like, this is why I do not enjoy most of these boss fights, is just the simple fact of the matter of, as I've said so many times, you twitch one finger wrong and you're redoing everything. Yeah, for demonstration purposes about what I'm complaining about with armor. Actually, no, there's not much else I can change that will add a meaningful amount of defense. Like, we could throw that on for a little bit more. Because it was mainly the torso we had changed, other than having the Crown of Dusk. But if I take the Crown of Dusk off, we're gonna lose the magic buff we have from that. How was I getting up to 20 absorption? Because I swear I was at 20 absorption before. Then again, this is the problem. Yeah, magic clutch ring, which has the same problem of I lose out a bit if I take that off. But again, we're doing this for demonstration purposes, arguably. So what if I just put the Young Dragon ring on as well? Maybe that'll balance out. But just for damage taken estimation. It only does magic damage. The crown only makes you take more damage from magic, which one of his blades, I think, is magic. So it may be having an impact there, but we're mostly getting hit by the fire blade. So unless that also somehow does magic damage, that shouldn't be an issue there. Now watch as I eat my words because I'm saying things in frustration. You know, if I even get allowed to go in the fucking room. Because they decided to be way more aggressive that time. I swear to God. This is not a real attempt for people who are wondering why I'm wasting Estus. I'm gonna let him hit me. Yeah, look at that. Look at how much that armor does not matter. is that hit did roughly the same. And even if it didn't, it's not enough to survive a second hit anyway. So it just makes armor feel utterly pointless. That is a swing of 15 to 18% depending on which armor you're comparing it to. Because when I was wearing the Sorcerer Robe the first time we fought him, we were down more toward like 5% or so. Like that's what drives me batty with that. I just don't understand. Yeah, see, damage suffered by magic attacks rise in tandem. Putting on anything else will increase our defense, but the crown only directly impacts your magic defense, as you can see when we go from -5 to 23. Now, that said, when he starts throwing those spears at me, the crown damage may matter, but I think that's actually doing dark damage since it's purple. I'm not sure about that, though. But honestly, if he gets me with the spear, it's over anyway. Yeah. Now, that's why I was reiterating that. Like, I knew that one for sure, but I figured the text would help make that a little easier for all of us, considering I am not exactly the most reliable answer right now. That's why I've yet to take the crown off, because it does boost my damage a lot. That clutch ring is one that comes and goes depending on how confident I am to make the answer work. It got put on because it was helping so much with the Pontiff Knights, because it was enabling me to two-shot them at the time. I don't need it anymore, I don't think, for that. Sounds good. Enjoy your curry. I will hopefully manage to get through Sullivan today. We shall see. Whether I lose my mind before we get through him, that's... I think that horse is already out of the barn. I'm pretty sure I've lost my shit at this point today. Which, as usual, the general apology on that line goes forth there, but I feel like that's kind of a bygone conclusion with y'all watching me play this at this point. With the items I'm using, I'm doing about the same as when I had the magic clutch ring on. So that means I don't need that, at least. Pressure him while he's down. You see, I can rush down that first phase really well now, which is what I wanted. I didn't want to keep getting bodied by the first phase over and over again anymore. There we go. Ah, I forgot that he was gonna follow that up immediately himself, too, though. I'm so fucking dead. No, I'm not. He did the wrong move. You lose. Of course, the summon got in the way. He's dead. There we go. That's why I kept Farron Dart on hand, for that very situation of he had 2 hit points left. But see, now I'm caught in that split again of like, oh yeah, I probably could have just done that before. But it's done now. That's the part that matters, is it's over. I don't have to fucking deal with him again. And if I've done everything right, we should have an additional reward for this. Now watch as I somehow fucked this up, despite all of my careful planning. Yeah, it's looking like I still fucked it up. So hang on. Because I'm pretty sure I know what I did wrong here. I think when I went and talked to... Ah, now my brain's gonna fucking break here. When I talked to Onion Knight down in the kitchen, I'm pretty sure I moved him incorrectly. So I think Grey Rat's dead. Or Sullivan is the only one that doesn't count for that. Because he should have reappeared. So one of those two statements is true, and I have a feeling that despite all of the work I did to fix my previous error with that quest line, I think I fucked it. Well, never mind.
Ah.
So I should have enough for a level. Though before we spend anything on a level, let's see what the Pontiff Soul gives us, because it might actually give me something I'll use. So they chose the wrong fucking throne. God damn it. Yeah, this is another case of exactly what I was talking about before, though. Where I don't get that same rush of happiness that other people do when I make it through something like that. I just get the sag of, oh, it's done. Thank God. And yeah, his stuff is useless to me. It's both great swords. Kind of figured, but I was hoping like maybe he'd have like a magic thing as well or something, since he had the big magic spear he'd throw. But no, of course not. Can't have nice things.
Now,
I'll be away real long, because you haven't had anything I've wanted in a real long time, bud.
Welcome us. Very well, then take. Let these souls. Farewell, I may the.
And like, there's also that nagging part of my brain that also pisses me off with the statement of like, well, you beat him, but you also did it the easy way. You just threw magic at him till he died. It's like, well, yeah, that's what this build's meant to do. But, as I said, we at least got that done. Took way too long earlier. I should have just went with my gut and went to Irithyll Dungeon to begin with, since apparently the result ended up the same anyway. Yeah, in order to get both of those at the same time, you probably would have to have had like a spin move or something. Or corral them together better. But it doesn't matter. Really don't like the look of what we're walking into over here. What? Oh, right, I'm embered. Yep. Are you having fun? Because fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Are you happy? Did you think you did a good job? I'm sure your mother's very proud of you. Nothing better to do with your day than piss people off. But at least I'm rid of the burden of having that ember to worry about anymore. What are you on about? Ow. Of course. Now, it was very clear that that was a player as well, based on the behavior. In case anybody's like, oh no, that was a natural spawn. No. That was somebody with too much time on his hands. And a perfect illustration of why I just don't bother ever being embered. You can't even have a second's peace. Not that you can have a second's peace in this game in general, considering, you know, we walked out of a hole and had fireballs thrown at us immediately. But that's a much more solvable problem. I'm assuming since these guys have the blue robes, just like the... Yep, they're stronger. As I was gonna say, just like the second set of them that spawned during the Deacons of the Deep. These guys are the slightly improved... priesthood. They're also really fucking durable, as far as the big ones go. Like, they're providing another great illustrating point of points where it feels like your upgrades don't fucking matter. Because that guy just took an entire array of attacks that would have killed a Pontiff Knight. And just went, yup, I fall over and now I get up again. Yeah, see, the difference is whose line's at least sometimes funny. I can't really ever say that this situation is funny, but maybe it's because I'm the one in it. I mean, at least, as long as somebody's having fun. Like, I can't say that I'm not at all, but man, do I get so frustrated at times. Because again, it very easily leads me down that thought of like, oh, I've just wasted my time with every preparation I've done then. Especially situations like what we just had there, where other than going to Irithyll Dungeon and hoping we found something that gave me more magic power, we really had no way out of that situation in with Pontiff. Like, it was find something that would let me do more magic damage, or just eventually just not fail. There is no peace allowed, everything is awful here. I would like the Mace Man to move up. He's got a friend, though, that I gotta keep an eye on. Yep, clearly my attack would not have hit him first. No, why would it? There was clearly not a sword in his forehead at that moment. No. Of course not. None of it matters. You were the player character? No, your choices don't matter. Throw all those choices in the bin. Like, I'll be real. I am hamming it up a little bit, but everything I'm saying is something I'm genuinely feeling in the moment. So I am genuinely very, just generally frustrated with this. Because I feel like we're too far in the game for them to be pulling this level of difficulty change. And the fact that we've now gone through it multiple times, because it felt like a spike when I first walked into Irithyll to begin with. And now getting past Pontiff, it feels like they've spiked it again. Based on just how durable the things here are. Because it was a case of like, okay, these Pontiff Knights are really dangerous, but I can kill them now. And then I walk not even to a whole other area, and everything goes back to taking exponentially more to deal with. And the one saving grace I can give this is I do know that we're approaching the end of the game. Like, we're not in endgame necessarily right now, but we're not that far either. I think there's, what, like 3 or 4 more major areas left to go pretty much, and that's about it. Without necessarily spoiling anything, because most of the areas are known quantities at this point that are left to do. And of course, the get good crowd will be like, well, if you weren't hiding behind your magic all the time, probably could do better in the melee fighting. It's like, well, yes, that is mechanically how using something that makes your life easier works. But like, look at how much damage he just took, and it just doesn't matter. He just shrugged all of that off. That's what kind of gets to me a bit. Especially when I'm gonna fucking die to him again, because I'm not gonna get a fucking chance to hit him. Thankfully, he was stupid and tried to use his buff again, otherwise I would have been SOL there. Like, I couldn't use my magic against him in a real way because he would have just charged me again. And I would have lost out in that exchange. Okay, no, there's somebody just put a sign up there. I thought there was a health bar on that because I went to lock onto the other giant and saw that. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, there's the corpse. Another ember that I don't need ever. Like, about the only reason I would have to use any of those embers would be A, to have more health against a boss, or B, to summon somebody to get me out of an unwinnable situation. Which, let me tell you, I thought about summoning Fur Sullivan at that rate. With how that was going, if going to Irithyll Dungeon hadn't gotten us unglued there, I would have summoned someone and just given up. So I've been stubbornly trying to keep to not summoning for this, because I feel like it does make it more interesting, even if it also can make it be miserable at times. Doesn't this look familiar? Just like the guy who pointed it out down below in Irithyll Valley. Don't these ramps full of archers look familiar? They're not exactly the same. But boy, does it bring back some bad memories. And it's definitely going to be another situation that's going to lead to me being a bit more sour. You know what? Nuts to it. I'm not dealing with them. I don't have to, so I'm not gonna. I'll deal with this one instead. Ow, my face. No. You don't get to play. You didn't play nice, you don't get to play anymore. Yep, had a feeling, but I didn't dare stay there because I was gonna get shot by the other one. Oh yeah, just don't get staggered this time, yep. The other one got staggered just fine, but you? No, you're built different. Why would things apply the same to two different targets? No, no. Consistency? Pah! That's not a thing. And now we get to do that all again! Yay! Also, do note the fact that that Silver Knight did as much damage as Pontiff to me, more or less. He took good 2 to 3/4, oh, yeah. Little over half of my health. Not quite 3/4, I think, in one hit. Just a regular enemy. Is at this point, that's just what they're doing now. This is the same lie that we looked at a minute ago, isn't it? It is interesting that we clipped through it. But I think that's just because they didn't give the molding around the bottom there a hitbox. Place your bets, folks. Place your bets. How many times am I gonna get shot to death before I get up here? Also, did that other one stay dead? I don't think so. I'm only hearing 2 bows, so maybe he does stay dead. Is the one back at the portrait stayed dead? I don't dare attack this one, though. Because if I go for him, the one up there is going to kill me. For those wondering why I didn't get rid of the... Oh, nope. That guy's alive still. So these respawn. Love that for me. Fuck this. I'm leaving. What are you doing over here? Why are you just, like, in a cubbyhole with your bow? Like, why is there an archer in here? Answer? Just so when you go to walk down that ledge, they shoot you in the back and knock you off the damn thing. That's the express purpose he's here. You may as well have given this man a middle finger hat, because that's what he is. He is just a middle finger, waiting to spring. Because you'd step here and get shot right off. Right down to his friends down there who would rip you a new one if you survived. So mean. I'm gonna take the increased fall damage in the hopes that they don't know that I'm here. Got him. Yeah, he lived through that, too. Thankfully, his friend's oblivious, so we got that going for us. Like, I'll give these guys one thing, they're worth a lot of souls. So I feel like they understood the fact that they made this significantly more dangerous and sicked much more powerful enemies on you at this point by virtue of how much they're giving you. Because it's meant to catch you back up, I presume? But I feel like there's other ways to have gone about this. Visions of Bonfire. Try love. I don't see how rolling would help anything here. Ow. Illusory wall. You know what? That tracks. Ember. Oh, there's a lever here. So yeah, if you didn't figure it out before, maybe this'll give you a hint about just where we are. Yeah, welcome back to my personal hell. This has all the trappings of being Anor Londo all over again. Complete with me having the very same complaints around here that I had when I was doing Anor Londo back in Dark Souls 1. Of it feeling like things just very suddenly got a lot stronger. Yep. 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 Ta-da! You ever feel like you went so far, but you really went nowhere at all? Of course, I suppose that's the funny thing about cycles, huh? Yep, I had a feeling I was just gonna die there. I didn't have a choice, though. With his shield up, my only play was to try to go for a blind spot or try to circle around him. I went for trying to get my mana back so I could blind spot him, and, yeah. Didn't work out. I should have backed off further before I tried it. But I also just got caught completely flat by virtue of the second one just kind of showing up there to begin with. Oh yeah, sure, that hits behind him, why not? He does hit you with, like, the pole of the spear, I guess, but I don't know if I agree with that situation. And this is why trying to go for the back of them is a problem, too, because they turn just enough that getting the back is a little finicky. Blind spot, however, never fails until it does, but that's a different discussion. It really is telling the amount of Souls of Weary warriors they have laying around at this point. That guy's got glowing eyes. I don't like that. That's scary. Is this door open? Nope. Kinda figured. Hey, bud. I'm gonna take this, okay? Thanks. Yeah. Because, you know, it's Anor Londo. That was the giant blacksmith. Yeah. Exactly, Charlotte. Exactly. That's a bad sign when you see a player ghost go sprinting by like he's been scared by something. This is all gooey. They really have just let it go around here, huh? Hmm. Interesting chandelier you got there. I'm just gonna check something. Yeah. Yeah, there's that, I guess. They got some really weird squatters around here, though. So I suppose this place never was as good as it looked anyway. Because wasn't there like a whole illusion over this place or something? Make it look better than it actually was? Moonlight arrows. Neat. So many fireballs. I should go back around and deal with the guys that are up there before I do anything else. Like, this place looks really cool in the dark, if I'm honest, but boy, oh boy, do I really not get to look at it that much with all the hostility constantly. Okay. Big man alone is fine. Plus or minus when he just farts and knocks me around like that. But, you know. Not really an issue when he doesn't have his backup dancers. Oh, hi, you came up here to see me? Die. Your turn. Okay. And you may notice something we've seen before. The blobs from the Cathedral of the Deep. Makes you really wonder who's hanging around here. Or doesn't it? Makes you think. Also, I have way too many souls to be going through a fog door right now. Though I suppose I could slip the Ring of Sacrifice on. Considering what I just said. Let's pull the curtain back on that, shall we? I mean, honestly, you might be safer that way. All this thinking keeps getting me in trouble. Just going right through that door, because you can't stop me. Boop-a-doo-ba-doo-boop. Hi, Aldrich, the guy who was supposed to be in the Cathedral of the Deep. He's just hanging out here in Anor Londo. Look at you go. Yep, there it is. I do think that that fight's actually fairly winnable for us right now. Because if he's going to rely on magic a lot, we can fight him magic to magic, and we might be able to make that work. I just need to not, you know, be right where the spear is going. That fulfilled a dual purpose, though. Both letting me get back from there quickly, and letting me show you guys what I was hinting at, without me hinting at it and then walking away. Is, yeah, all that goo and nasty nonsense must be coming from Aldrich. Since he was supposed to be in the Cathedral of the Deep, based on what we were told earlier in the game, and then, surprise, he's not there anymore.
Ashen One. Oh.
I think we got anything I can actually... Oh, actually, I can give you Giant Coal.
My. The coal of that peaceable giant. Seems like ages passed. I imagine his passing was long ago. I miss the old bugger, I do. My thanks. I'll be sure this coal is put to good use. I'll be smithing weapons never afore seen by the likes of ye. It's but a small service to pay my humble respects.
So yeah, I think that's all the infusions now. I think that's all the coals. Because he can now do lightning, chaos, and simple. which Chaos, much as before, I would presume, will benefit from you being hollowed as well. So I believe it scaled with humanity in the first game, and then it was scaling with hollowing from then on, I think it was? Lightning, of course, benefits from faith. There is some faith involved with the scaling for this as well. Though it does add both intelligence and faith scaling, so it might actually be worth me making a chaos weapon. Obviously not our great knife into a chaos weapon, but one of our other weapons we've been working with becoming a chaos weapon might actually be a move, because it'll give me fire damage on something that does at least have some scaling for us. So there would be value to that. Simple, I'm not really sure what it's doing. Like, I don't remember what all the mechanics behind Simple are off the top of my head. What is this ping? It's important. The answer is no. Deal with it later. It's nice when the answer is simple. Actually, wait, no, because there's the hollow infusion, so maybe Chaos doesn't scale with that? This the hollow effect, I believe, literally scales with your hollowing. Unless maybe it does both. I don't know. Do bear in mind that there are many realities in which I could easily just be talking out of my ass with half-remembered information. Like, if I transfer this to Chaos, you'll notice it gains all of the scaling it lost. It actually gains C-level intelligence scaling, which is actually pretty good, all things considered. It loses raw power a fair bit, but it more than makes up for it. I figured this would be the perfect example of a direct comparison, since it already has fire on it. Now, as to what I would make my Chaos weapon, I don't know. Because we can't infuse the Pontiff Sword. I know I made these sharp, but that could bring them back into being usable if I gave them Chaos. Because they'd still be scary to use, but the damage amount they'd have would start being much more in parity with everything else we're using. But I don't think so. Windblades going Chaos could be interesting. It's something I'll think about. I don't think I'll worry about doing that right now. We'll use a large Titan out of both of you, so that they're both in position to go up to needing chunks. Yeah, it's looking like at +6 that it's gonna end up being better than the Heretic Staff. It just sucks that we're using, like, the least interesting catalyst again. Purely because it is just the better choice.
Ah.
We need our magic to be effective, because we kind of count on it.
Ashen one.
Curious about something. Is based on my suspicion that this has gone wrong, I'm wondering about something, so I'm gonna go ask a question.
Oh, can't resist.
No, you don't have anything to say about it, okay. So either I have full botched Greyrat's quest line.
Wait just a...
Yeah, you're still saying the same thing.
Oh, you...
I've either full botched Greyrat's quest line, or it is actually still in play, and I just misunderstood / misremembered something. His Patches is also supposed to chime in about that if you've made a mistake about how to do
Very well.
that sequence, but I think I've also rendered him unable to do his part of that with the order of operations I've had.
Farewell, Ashmaiden.
Is that specific phase of the quest I know is very, very particular. So we'll have to find out once I've defeated another boss whether I broke it or not. I'm pretty confident I did, though. Unfortunately. Like, not broke it as in bugged it, but broke it as in screwed up the order of operations. Yeah. Considering the damage issues we're having, I'm going to go ahead and put the clutch ring back on. It might be a bad idea. It probably is a bad idea. Now, we do have a choice. I can either try to beat Aldrich, I can search Anor Londo more, or we go to the Profane Capital. So I'm not planning on ending quite yet. I feel like the Profane Capital would be easier in some ways. But we've already started the process here, and we are, like I said, already in position to fight Aldrich, basically, so I should just go for it, I think. As much as this may not be my finest idea. And for those wondering why I keep having those build-up numbers popping up, I think it's because my resistances are kind of weird because of the clutch ring, because it seems to only happen when I have the clutch ring. They're both walking up now. I want to bait him away from his friend a bit more, so I don't end up fighting both. At least they're consistently dropping Titanite shards. Maybe it's just me, though, but it feels weird that they'd be dropping Titanite shards at this stage of things. You would think it would be at least larges. But I guess that's to help you catch up a different weapon if you've gotten to a point where your current weapon's just not working. It would actually be very kind of them to give you an out, basically. Let's deal with Glowy Eye Boy over here. Yeah, I'm not surprised that he just tanked that. The guys with glowing eyes tend to be way stronger. That's a neat backstep swing he's got there. Tried so hard to get the backstab there. It's just like, no backstab for you. Yeah, I shouldn't have went for that. I was greedy. I was hoping he would die on that, was the thing, and, well, somebody died, just not the one that should have. Man, that guy's tough. Like, he has just so much health. Because I think I'm hitting him for the same damage I'm hitting these guys. Yeah, roughly 200-ish, yeah. Also, I know ads are coming up, but I can't exactly pause at this exact second. There we go. What I might very well do during this ad break, though, is farm these knights. Like, specifically those two. Get me a lot more Titanite shards. Where did my soul pile end up? There it is. Also want to see if my magic does a lot more damage to this guy or not. Since he does give me a pretty good opening to throw a spell at him. Okay, you know, that does a lot more. There we go. Large shard. Fallen Night Soul. Theoretical ads have started. Real ads? Question mark. I'm also curious if the glowy eye guy respawns. And of course we can't go through this door, so dealing with him was not required currently anyway. I'm gonna clean that cape more often, but it's standing up on its own. He also dropped a decent amount of souls. Like, obviously we picked up a solid amount there to begin with. I was hoping to stagger him out of that. Just didn't give a shit at all that time, huh? Just didn't care. Yeah, sure, why not? God forbid you have problems with the slope. Now, somehow your spear accounts for the slope perfectly. Why am I having so much trouble with him suddenly? Why is he being a pain in the ass now? I'm doing the same thing and getting different results again. Because the move that was working was dodge his first attack and then blind spot him to death. And now it's just not doing it. Oh, now you actually got staggered by it. Christ. See, he cooperated much better. So does Glowy Eye come back? Sounds good, Pazzy. Thank you for the resub. Hope all's well. And yeah, Glowy Eye Guy does come back. Huh. Interesting. Well, let's just kill him again, then. Wait. Stock your magic first, you silly man. Yeah, because he's worth an extra 1,500 compared to the other ones. Yeah, goddamn, 35 months. It's been a long damn time, hasn't it? Could hop down there, but I don't think it does anything good for me. Because if we walk over here, the very place I would hop down to is accessible from right here. It would be completely pointless to do that. There's nothing over on this side. Nothing down there either. Yeah, the ads will be over in just a minute, so... Do I have enough to get a level? I do. Let's go spend this since we're waiting for the ads anyway. Just kick that knight down the stairs. Wait. Apparently I missed an item on that one. Oh god, I made him roll down the stairs. Ooh, ooh. And there he goes. He's at the bottom now. Get a load of the fucking armor on that guy. That helmet looked awful familiar. I think this will be the level that gets us to 20 vitality, or is it 19?
Welcome. Very well. Then take.
No, it's 19. His vitality feels like it... Oh, vigor, rather. Feels like it matters a lot more than any amount of armor does. The longer your health bar is, seems to at least accommodate an extra hit or two, sometimes more so than the armor does. Though I presume you would need both in ample quantities before it really matters in terms of survivability. I'm hoping just to eke out like an extra hit somewhere from that. Now that we're back from ads, let's actually go take a proper swing at Aldrich, shall we? It also means avoiding the knights instead of fighting them. So I don't want to be burning any resources before trying to do a fight. So based on the lay of the land leading up to him, I can't help but feel there must be a better bonfire for getting to him than having to run through all of that and then run down these stairs through hell. Then again, the stairs do more or less like lead you right to him. You just have a deacon barrage to get past. Like that. And there we go, we're at Aldrich. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be super bothered by my magic. Oh, and that goes through the pillars. Okay. I disagree with that making contact. That really didn't feel like that should have hit, but okay, game. But then again, we were on the other side of the missile. Maybe it was closer than it looked like it was. Either way, coming through. I may be better served, though, by actually getting in there and stabbing him. We made much better headway that way than I did by trying to magic him. Because he does seem to have a solid whack of magic resistance. So it may be worth my while to change some things here, possibly. Which, if he's doing magic damage, which he might be with the attacks he's doing, it may be worth taking the crown off for this fight. So we will engage Sage mode. Oh, it's got a mask under it, too. Look at that. Hell yeah. Our spells aren't going to do as much damage now, but that's okay. That does mean, though, that if this attempt doesn't lead anywhere, it may be in my best interest to make that chaos weapon and use that against him, instead of using a magic weapon. Again, operating purely on the assumption that he is resistant to magic. Because that is the impression I'm getting from him taking 100 damage from my spell that did 300 damage to Pontiff. And him also, you know, casting his own spells. Oh, that's a rain attack, okay. I expected that to be like a single big arrow move. Okay, he rotates way better with that, and I got stuck between him and the pillar there. That's good design. But based on how much more damage we were doing with the knife, I think I have an easy and elegant solution to this problem. different sword. One that doesn't rely on magic. See, my imagination, or are those knights slower than they were in the first game? So I could have swore they pursued way better before. Or maybe we're just faster in this game. It's hard to say. Going in. See, that's the attack I was thinking of when I was thinking about magic dueling him. Is this attack makes getting close to him kind of tricky. I think the magic is actually still doing okay, because that is not doing as much as the knife was. But obviously the knife does do more damage in general. Okay, so his whole teleport does damage. He really is just like a more dangerous version of the Crystal Sage. He's doing like the same moves, just about. Just with extra wiggle worm. And doing damage with his teleport. Goes. This would actually be a good fight to have the Pontiff's Eye on for, if I go back, especially if I go back to the knife. Because he gives very good opportunities to hit him a lot when he isn't just murdering me with arrows. Okay, so that kind of disproves him having a resistance to magic, except it then doesn't make sense that our heavy soul arrows were doing so much less damage than they did to the Pontiff. It's weird. I tell you what, strategy time. Yeah, the Goop Master himself. Sell that because that'll be enough to do everything I'm thinking about.
Just wasn't.
I'm trying to figure out what he's actually weak to. Really, really wish I had another Corvian Great Knife. So we don't have another... Or do we? No, we don't have another gem to make it magic again if I swap it off of it. Otherwise, I would happily swap it to do something else and then bring it back to magic again. I'm just trying to think what would do best here. Because we're back to that decision of like, okay, what do I make into the potential like one chaos weapon I can make? Because I don't know if I'm going to get any more chaos gems. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about before when I was working my way down to the room he was in. I believe there's still even dialogue left, like I was talking about, that mentions him being in the Cathedral of the Deep. But he is instead not actually there. The thing is, I don't lose the scaling. Yeah. Like, I keep the intelligence scaling if I switch it to being fire. My concern is I then run into issues if I run into anything that's resistant to fire. It also then starts scaling with faith, which doesn't help me because I don't have any faith. Hard to say on that one, yeah. 'Cause it depends on what they actually wanted to do with that. I mean, that does end up with C scaling for intelligence, which gives that some hefty fire damage. But we do lose a good chunk of physical damage in exchange. But it might be neat having this also doing fire and everything. I'm only thinking about this so hard because of the fact that I don't know if I get another Chaos Gem. And Chaos seems like it's gonna be a really good infusion for me. So I'll ask you this, Tara. Do you remember if there's another Chaos Gem in the game anywhere? I don't need to know where, but do you remember if there's more of them? So I feel like there would be more of them. So I feel like none of these are you only ever get one of these, but I cannot guarantee that. So I'm twitchy about using up the only one of something on something I'm not certain about. Let's at the very least push that up as high as I can with what I have while I think about that. It is a pretty potent weapon in its own right. Okay, as long as I can get other ones, that's the part that mattered. Then yeah, I'm more willing to try this idea out then. Because we lose half of the physical scaling and we lose 50 off the physical, but we gain 168 fire? On top of it being able to sneak poison in if it attacks enough. It is a little on the slower side, is my other main concern. It seems like it's basically just a shortened scimitar with poison. I think it'll work pretty well. I'm just always nervous because I've now poured resources into something that might not work. And if the resources were less annoying to get, I wouldn't mind as much. Though thankfully, regular shards are at least a non-issue now, because the knights drop them in pairs like candy. It's just the large shards that are an issue. And we still have no reliable means of getting chunks. Unless I've just been unlucky and the thing that drops it just hasn't dropped any. Even when we've encountered them, which is not outside the realm of possibility. Okay, let's see how much damage Aldrich takes from this. It may end up being a case of it isn't worth it for fighting him, but it will be useful for other things. Because there's a certain amount of logic where he's not going to be weak to fire because all of his deacons are using fire. But at the same time, there's a logic pointing in the opposite direction for that as well. That's not doing more damage. It's doing okay damage to him, but it's not doing more than what we used before. Like, it's by no means doing bad, it's just not doing the much more that I was hoping for. I also forgot to put the left eye ring on to heal. Ow. He really is just the Crystal Sage again. Oh, now he's got fire. See, this is also the kind of thing I was expecting partway through, is he was gonna do a phase change move and then it was gonna be different. Wasn't expecting him to suddenly set everything on fire, though. That's a little bit more than expected. But, you know, had to expect a second phase or a phase change partway through the health bar or something, since he is one of the ones on the list. He has to be decently dangerous, though, man, this bullet hell is kind of obnoxious. Good lord. Okay, the spam is a little out of control there. I'm glad I didn't stick to my original plan of trying to magic duel him, because boy, oh boy, that is absurd. See, the difference is, Charlotte, you're fun. This guy's not fun. There's no fun to be had with this man. So yeah, the life of granting is useful. Part of the thing is, I don't know if he's doing dark damage, but I can put this on and just kind of up all of it while getting rid of the downgrade from the magic clutch ring. I'm still not convinced defense matters, but when you're just getting peppered with piles of small projectiles like that, the defense might actually come into play more. I'm kind of hoping to shrug off his little purple pellets more. And since we're not doing magic damage by using the Chaos Sword here, I don't need the magic attack increase. Doubly so because we're probably not going to get a word in edgewise throwing spells at him. Like, his first phase, we might be able to throw a spell or two at him. Second phase, absolutely not. But we'll give this Chaos Grew Sword another try. If it doesn't work, I might go back to the Corvian Knife, because it is faster, and it'll be more likely that I'll be able to take advantage of the Pontiff bonus. I do shrug that off a bit better. Not quite as well as I wanted to still, but... yeah, because I use up an entire stamina bar and don't get healed. So, yeah, I think this doesn't work with the Pontiff Eye. It's not as well as I would want it to. Oh, he finally got me with that move. Gotta go. Yep, he's mad now. It's fire time. Thankfully, the fire itself doesn't really do a lot. It's chipping at me, definitely, but it's not really doing a meaningful amount of damage. Here comes the bow. The problem is this tracks now, so I can't just do what I did before, because as you can see, it's chasing me around even at his feet. But we lived through it thanks to the defense increase, so the defense actually mattered there. And now I'm just gonna get speared to death, though, because I'm at a bad angle. Yep, here comes the bow again. Okay, you can outrun it, just barely. Yep, and you're just gonna run again. This went from a fight I was actually having some fun with to I'm annoyed again. This is kind of stupid. Yep, because now I'm dead. Here's the thing. If he runs so quickly once you get next to him, but he spams whenever you're not next to him, when are you supposed to get a turn to fight at all? Because the arrows have tracking now, so you can't attack him during that safely. Those spears will rip me to shreds if I'm not quick about getting away from them. Like, the only move I can see is I run up, I hit him, and I run away, and we'll be there all day. Because I do not do enough damage per hit to make that go quickly. So we're once again in that risky position of, if I make a mistake, I can very easily die, whereas I have to do the same thing a dozen times without making a mistake for him to die. Like, Sullivan already felt like he had a lot of health until we managed to get to the point where we could actually do a couple hundred damage to him per attack. We're once again in that position here, but I've not got... I don't think there's anything left for me to gain that much of a damage increase, comparatively. Short of going and gaining a bunch of levels, which I don't even know if those are going to matter. Yeah. Did I not put the Pontiff's Eye on? Because I swear I've healed with this weapon doing exactly that before. Maybe it's because I'm using it in two hands, I'm not attacking fast enough. Yep. I did press roll, by the way, but I guess I was a frame too slow. He also gets mad a little bit before the halfway mark, which is a little silly too. Like, if we could just get him to keep doing that over and over again, we'll be in business. But he's not gonna do that. He's not gonna play ball like that. Yep, here's the real close-range spears, which mean I just lose. Like, I'm not dead yet, but I am not in a good way. There's the arrows. Yep. Like, what are you meant to do there? When I'm down to only a flask or so left and he shoots those arrows, I have to basically throw an attempt to get at him away, pretty much, at that point. I think that's the only move, which is really annoying. Is he weak to dark damage, then? I don't fucking get it. Because he doesn't seem to be weak to magic. He's not weak to... Oh, actually, you know what? No, the answer's obvious. The exact element he would be weak to and make the most sense, actually, is right there in front of me.
Ah.
What I'm gonna put it on is a whole other question, but one problem at a time.
Ashen one.
Shut up.
That is, wasn't it?
Is if he uses either dark or magic and fire... Oh, that costs more to do than I thought it did. He would then presumably be weak to lightning. Unless he is actually weak to dark. Which he could be weak to dark. It could be one of those very simple situations of just because he might be using it doesn't mean he is not also weak to it. I tell you what, here. I'm gonna just do that. Because we're gonna do a few things here then.
That is, wasn't it?
We're going to make the katana lightning. It's gonna hurt it a fair bit. And it makes me sad, but it might work out. Worst case, we can change it off of lightning if this doesn't work. We're gonna make these knives. Oh, I don't actually have a regular dark gem. Damn it. I could still make them deep. They would actually still gain damage in that scenario. Yeah, losing the sharp on them sucks, but I think that's gonna end up being a good decision. For specific damage testing here, it'll be worth it. Yeah, I did have the Pontiff's left eye on. It just wasn't... I guess I wasn't getting enough hits for it to count, which is weird because I swear I'd gotten results with less hits than that before. Problem is I just don't have anything that'll be useful here, really. Like, nothing that stands out to me is like, oh yeah, that's gonna make a big difference. I guess I'll put the life ring on for now. Get that little bit more health, which that might actually make a difference with this fight, since a chunk of our problem is him chipping me to death. Going to the wrong point again. Hang on. And I know I'm throwing away 6,000 souls. I'm not fussed about it. 6,000 is kind of meaningless at this point. Because that's just us 3 of those knights. That's nothing now. Which is a weird situation to find ourselves in, but it's still true. Let's go with the bandit knives first. Test the theory of if he's weak to dark damage, particularly. Because if this does any significant amount of damage, then we know for a fact that he's got a weakness there, because these are not that strong. Just gotta run all the way back again. Yeah, see, that's the thing I was worried about, though, is not reaching him with it. Yeah, no, these are doing nothing. While he's teleporting, we'll just quickly switch then. Well, never mind, because he just happened to choose spear right when I was in a bad position for it. Hooray! Now walk back again. I do really feel like there should be a minimum distance for him casting those spears. Because if you're just close enough when he throws one of those, and you're not already, like, out of the way of it, you're taking that hit. Like, there's not really any two ways about that. Because there's very little warning from when it's finished charging to when it's flying. And he tracks pretty well, so it's not like you could just go, oh yeah, I'll just move out of the way right when it's getting close to finishing charging. There is a window there, but it's not great, especially when you're close. But in order to hit him, I obviously have to get closer. So I'm basically taking a gamble every time I rush at him on whether I'm gonna get hit with a spear or not. It's seeming like he doesn't have any particular weaknesses, honestly, because these are all doing roughly the same. Like, either he has just a resistance in general to everything, or he has no weakness to anything. It kind of is 6 in one, half dozen the other there. Oh, he just decided to whip back and forth that time. Okay, I didn't realize he even did that. I thought that only was a single attack. Okay, so that means all of these weapons I decided to adjust to try to do anything there, all of them were meaningless. All of these are pointless. They all did exactly the same result at the end of the day. So we may as well go back to the Chaos Sword, because that's the one we got the best results with. I think that's just a mix of the attack angles on it just happen to be really good for hitting his wiggly body. I would damage test it against the knights, but their shields would make damage testing it really annoying. Because I'd have to get around to the sides and behind them, which with the way they spin, irritating. Not worth it. But the only other thing I could think of to do would be to do anything that could influence my stamina in a positive way. Speaking of... Oh no, I did already change that ring. Never mind. I was going to change off the Pontiff ring, realizing that even the fastest weapons I have aren't going to really do much, but... we had already done that. So I think this is our best shot at Aldrich right now. It's just going at him with the poison blade here. So ideally not a start like that where I get immediately clobbered. But, you know. This is off to a good start. So half the time when I've had really bad starts is when I actually end up winning, so what do I know? And then that happens. Which I have so many questions about that arrow move in general. It's very wide. It tracks you when you turn around him, even when it's already started. Like, there's a point where it stops tracking, yes, but the point where it stops tracking, I feel like, is way later than it should be. Like, specifically, when his bow animation finishes is when it should stop tracking, but it tracks after that. And I don't agree. Like, obviously, in Phase 2, when it has perma-tracking, there's nothing I can do about that. But I disagree with the first version with how wide it is, being able to go around so easily. It also hits so fucking hard. Like, honestly, I'm very glad that they did move him further out. Now that I've fought him a few times, because if we fought this in the Cathedral of the Deep, I feel like I would have refunded the one who had paid for this game to be played. No. No, that would not have happened. Like, he would have had to have been massively scaled down to be there and be reasonable. Yeah, maybe. Again, we only have limited context for that. So it's hard to say whether that would have actually worked out. I'm assuming then you mean that the order of stages we're going through would be different. As in progression is different. So like the Cathedral of the Deep would be toward the end instead of being kind of more of a middle area. Which at that point I suppose would mean that it would basically be the same. Like, basically the same as where he is now, that is. Because if you just swap what areas where, then it, of course, ends up making sense. Though, I would have to assume that everything in the Cathedral of the Deep was also a lot stronger then, as well. But considering with all the deacons and slimes and such here to begin with... Huh. I could see that. I could definitely see that being... I don't know if I would call it better, but it would... I feel like that would actually line up with the previous games a little bit better. Because I do feel like you spend a lot of time with only one path in this game, compared to some of the others. Because unless you rush the castle, you only have like one real route to take, arguably. The first half of this fight is fun and entertaining. It's the second half that's kind of garbage. Like, he just spams too fucking hard in the second half for me to be like, oh yeah, this is fair. That feels kind of weird, yeah, that you'd be able to see Irithyll from there. Like, positioning-wise, it makes a degree of sense, but with how far down Smoldering Lake is where it gets kind of weird with the idea of being able to see that. Now, if you could see, like, Irithyll Dungeon from there, I could believe that. That would make sense. But I'm assuming Irithyll Dungeon didn't exist at that point. Look at this shit. Look at the amount of things, and these arrows are still fucking going. I'm so glad I got to participate there. Yep. I felt like I had so much impact on what was happening ever since those arrows went into the air. I don't understand where they thought this fight was going, logic-wise. If you're just layering projectiles upon projectiles upon projectiles, that's a different type of game at that point. Like, I feel like at the very least he shouldn't be able to do much while those arrows are still going. That's just bad. Is you're trying to tell me that I need to outrun those arrows and deal with another attack at the same time while trying to have any hope of attacking him at that point. Which is not possible. And you might say, oh, just don't attack him while he's doing that. What else does he do? Oh, right, throw giant murder spears at me, which are no good to get anywhere near him either. It's just... it's bad. Everything about the second phase of this fight is just disgusting. Like, it's fitting that he's in a giant goop pile here, because he's just a pile of shit. I mean, it depends on what other areas did or didn't exist in that time as well, as far as the cut content goes. Without being able to sit there and look at a full area list of what did and didn't exist, the scaling could easily have ended up more or less the same. Depending on if any areas were longer or shorter. I'll pretend I get to see the pretty out of this. I am too focused on the dying that's happening to really notice the effects. To my eyes, those projectiles are just objects. They don't have any effects or anything. Because I can't parse them that way. If I parse them with all their effects and shit, I'm just gonna lose track of everything that's fucking going on. It'll be just way too much input. So my brain filters a lot of that out while I'm trying to do something like that. Because it just wouldn't be possible. The alternative answer is, it's pretty fucking annoying. Both of those answers are correct. we go. Like, with how quickly he retreats as well, I feel like I need something that just hits flat much harder in order to be able to rush him down in a meaningful way. Which, with the amount of spamming he does, it kind of feels like I have to rush him down in order to just not get overwhelmed and run down by the amount of things he does in the second half. Like, the first half's not bad. The first half I don't feel compelled to have to rush him down during. Because he throws a few projectiles, he moves around, he just does things. He's quite literally just like the Crystal Sage again, but more dangerous. Which the Crystal Sage did the same level of disgusting spam toward the end of the fight, too, I seem to recall, but he was fragile enough that it worked. This guy's durable and throws a million projectiles at you. Oh, guess I don't get to play the game anymore. Gotta run away now. Hey, look, now he's just gonna throw spears at me while I have no means of avoiding it properly because the arrows are right behind me. Yay! Good design. And there he goes, running literally the second I get my sword on him. How is this good? How is this at all a good design? I would love to hear an explanation or any kind of fucking backing for this. Thank you, Tara. I'm gonna need it. He's almost there. I just need another time where he doesn't dodge me the second I get my hands on him. Don't celebrate yet. You're going to curse me. There. Now you can celebrate. You so nearly jinxed the shit out of that one there, Natra. Okay. Aldrich is dead. But see, that's what it took, is he didn't spam the fucking arrows. No arrows, everything works out. Arrows, everything's awful. Let's see what we get from him. If I get anything as good as what he was using, I will completely turn around. That's fair, yeah. If you were trying to account for stream delay, I get that. That makes sense. I'm just very, very worried about jinxing because I have had that happen so many times. Though usually I'm the one jinxing myself. I will say that.
Aha, so.
Okay, we can get Life Hunt Scythe, but we can't even use that because that uses Faith. And Darkmoon Longbow, which I guess is representative of the arrows he was using, but god damn it. Don't get any spear throwing, don't get any, like, piles of bullets. No, we get a bow and a fucking magic scythe I can't even use. You're breaking my balls, game. I don't appreciate it. Give me the bow, it's going to probably be worthwhile. Haha, maybe, possibly. It's either that or I eat his soul, and I don't want to do that. I'd rather at least get something for it. He only did 1 Raining Needles. Which, he did 1 spear and 1 needles, and that's the best possible cycle I could have asked for, I think. Like, I don't think I ever could have gotten a better loop than that. Which is the only reason that worked out. Without him lining up that nicely, that would have taken at least a handful more attempts.
Ashen Watma.
Get us another level.
Welcome, Husby. Very
I'm glad it was a
welcome.
satisfying win to see. I don't know if I could say it was a satisfying win to get, necessarily. Just because of how many tries it took to get there. Or yet again.
Farewell, Ash Maiden.
Like, I always hit this point of diminishing returns. As far as satisfaction with a fight goes. Like, 4 or 5 tries is like my sweet spot. If it takes me more than that 4 or 5, I start getting frustrated. And I end up not happy with the result at the end of it. I'm not asking to win first time. I'm asking don't take like 10 plus attempts. I feel like that's a reasonable ask. Now the question is, what did beating him do for us? Presumably there's something past this area now. Or this might actually be the end of the line in this direction. Because we are almost to the point where we would be hitting end of the line in multiple directions, I think. Yeah, no, that fight took a lot of tries, too. Though that's more the fact that it's kind of janky than it being dangerous. Oh yeah, this was her room. Hence the Sun Princess ring. Yeah, that tracks. Yep. Guess I'll be going now. This was also like a super short section for it to have its own nameplate pop up. We were here in Anor Londo for like 5 minutes other than fighting Aldrich, pretty much. It's a regen ring. It's not terrible. Yeah, these games will do that to you. That's just how these work. As I've talked about before, this series thrives on pressuring the player. Like, it'll either pressure you as you're making your way through areas, it'll pressure you by having an aggressive boss fight, or one just with, like, a lot going on. It's all about stress and pressure. And some people thrive in that. Some people don't. I am definitely not one of those that thrive when I'm being constantly pushed and pressured. If I wanted to be under constant pressure, I'd go back to working retail. That should tell you how I feel about this overall, if that's the comparison I'm making. Schweel? I'm assuming this is the front door that we were at before and couldn't go through. Yep, this was the front door. Then there's this freak. The thing I knocked down earlier. We fought one of these before. Again, in the Cathedral of the Deep, ironically enough. This one's a lot stronger, though. I remember it taking a lot more damage from my magic before. It's also a lot more aggressive than I remember that one being. Not gonna lie, don't really mind if I lose my embering. So if he kills me, so be it. But he died. And we get Aldrich Ruby for it. That might be worth something. The ads are about to happen, so bear that in mind. Oh, you noticed me first, huh? How nice for you. And once again, they do that magical don't care about being stabbed in the face thing again. Well, at least now I don't have to worry about being invaded and getting even more aggravated. So there's that at least. Honestly feels weird seeing daylight when we're standing in this slop over here. Yeah, I want those souls. I had to think about it for a second. It's like, is it worth going back and getting those souls? Answer is not really, but I'm stubborn. How are all of those hitting me even though I was weaving? Shenanigans. Absolute shenanigans. Now, is there probably more to Anor Londo? Probably. Am I gonna bother with it? No. Now, that's something I can go do cleanup on between sessions. Any of you that wanted to see Anor Londo, boo, you're not seeing it. Hell with that place. Oh, actually, we should go check to see if Greyrat appears now. Because that is another boss done while the ads run. Because if he still didn't appear, then we know we absolutely screwed up the quest line and it's not happening now. And... nope, he's dead. Well, glad I put that effort in. I haven't seen another scroll for our sorcery teacher in a bit. There's probably a scroll somewhere in Anor Londo. Might be one in the Profane Capital too, though. That'll give me, like, hexes. There's not really any business for us to do right now. No, particularly. We did all of it already. But I won't go rushing off in here while people are in ads. I'm keeping the hat, though. Unless I absolutely need more magic damage, I think I'm keeping the hat. Even if it is a very nice buff to our sorceries, we do have other means of buffing our sorceries, like combining the Clutch Ring and the Bellowing Dragon Crest Ring. Because the hat and the coat honestly go together really well. The pants are kind of take 'em or leave 'em. The gloves actually work along with the shoulder piece on the side that has metal. So it all kind of works together. Is this how we got up here to begin with? No. That's a much well, no, because that... yeah, because that's how we got here. No. Because there's already a gargoyle there. That's just another identical, kind of shitty-looking bridge. Now, I will say, we're probably not going too much longer today. Probably, like, at most another hour. I just wanted to make some actual progress after we finally broke through. Since, like, the majority of today was spent on fucking Pontiff Sulyvahn. Because he took all told, I think, approaching an hour by himself, if not 2 hours. Spin. 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 You're in all kinds of racket outside. Exactly, Natra. Spin. I need to remake that emote at some point. Now that I can make much better animations and such. Because that is actually using Twitch's built-in spinning. And I can do so much better at this point, probably. Not to mention just like a much more defined everything for that. But it's still one of the ones I like. But everybody should be back from ads now, so let's go explore the Profane Kingdom. Capital. I mean, it's a kingdom of profanity at the rate I'm going. But that's neither here nor there. You bastard ahead. Know something ahead. Fire. Oh, hey. Fire. Where did that even... So that's what the "you bastard ahead" is they're talking about the guy who wrote that note, I think. Environmental storytelling strikes again. See, I thought they were talking about the gargoyle over there. But now I'm pretty sure it's that guy. That fucking guy, whoever wrote that. But where did that... Genuinely, where did that fireball even come from? Like, it came from down there. No, it comes from more over... The fuck? Okay, it is the people around the jar. Oh. I see. I get the idea now. They're all putting their power into that bowl there, and it's shooting the fireballs. Goddamn magic bullshit strikes again. What is with this game and its fixation and having things automatically shooting at you, by the way? Yeah, that was gonna get clipped. And I caught the fireball at exactly the worst time. Right. But the reason why I say, what's with this game and shooting at you with something that just shoots automatically, is that there's 3 separate places where this kind of thing happens. You have the archer in the undead settlement that shoots at you. You can at least pacify him and get him to shoot at your enemies. You have the ballista down in Smoldering Lake, which I presume you can shut down somewhere. And now you have this. Why are they just... Why did they resort to just shooting at the player constantly? Were they running out of ideas for how to piss people off? Because boy, let me tell you, I'm sure they could think of some more. They're way too far. I can't even, like, shoot arrows at them from here. Like, I technically can, but it would do nothing. I'm glad that works out. What the hell? Carrying some kind of pole around. Huh. Oh, and I didn't even get my souls because it interrupted me literally when I hit that input. Fuck off. I don't know what y'all are worshipping, but I'm about to massacre your priesthood. Every last one of you is dying for the sins of whoever set up that fireball thrower. There's also something I want to talk about, but I'm going to talk about it after I'm not getting chased around by these flame-throwing assholes here. So there's been a couple things I wanted to point out that are very clearly things that were taken from this as inspiration for things in Lunacid. The jailers in the Irithyll dungeon, for example, very similar to the jailers in the dungeon area of Lunacid. Even the layout of the prison area in Lunacid is very similar. It's very interesting. Obviously, a lot of things like that are going to have a lot in common to begin with, so I'm not saying, oh, they took it from there. But I'm saying it's likely that there was inspiration shared in that line of thought. There's the problem. How about I feed you to your stupid bowl of fire? It's interesting to a certain degree, and also kind of weird, that this lot is more or less the same model as the things that were taking away all our health in the prison as well, in the Irithyll dungeon. But now they're handmaids, apparently. Odd. Like, I wouldn't call them recolors, but they're pretty close. So that handmaid's dagger, is that any good? E-scaling, huh? It's really light. Each successful attack replenishes a slight amount of FP. Okay. Getting FP back from hitting with that would actually be really, really good. So that's worth thinking about. Some of these gargoyles are absolutely going to get up and try to kill me. There's one up there, too, I think. I thought I saw dust coming down from the thing above me there. This is a trap. This is a trap. I'm gonna get fucked. No? Eh. Ah, you bastard. Why? Er? Did somebody write try jumping here? Is that the thing? Did you get try jumping? You probably did. Maybe they're just talking about the area, because honestly, I could understand that. Though exactly as I said before, I'm already happier here fighting things that are actually, like, reasonable to kill that aren't just chasing me all over the place than I have been for most of today. Then I'm seeing something new, though I'm a little confused about all the gold and silver or tea sets just kind of scattered all over the place here, but you know. It also kind of gets ruined by all the burnt corpses. Seems a lot less shiny when there's burnt corpses all around it. So I assume this is like your favorite area, Natra, considering it's a mix of arson and shiny things. Exactly. Now, the handmaids that were around the fire bowl seem to be dead. So does that still shoot at me? Oh, nope, they're back now. Literally watched them spawn in. So, even saw the skirt swish as they appeared out of the ether there. Well, that's upsetting. Glad to see that it's pointless to kill them. Which leads me to have even more of a problem with that being there. Is that just means it's a constant nuisance, and you can't even stop it. Oh, you've got, like, fire spitting out of that. Okay. That's a thing you do, I guess. I would love to be able to see what I'm doing. For those wondering why I was just spam rolling, it's because I genuinely couldn't fucking see anything because of where the camera was. Okay, you are being so fucking annoying. Why is he so much more of a problem this time? He was a non-issue the first time. He sat there, just ate a bunch of shots and died. Now he's just flailing lava all over the place like it's somebody's goddamn birthday party. Let's see if there's a different way into this nightmare, because boy am I over this path at this point. Oh, there's an item there. Also, take note of the fact that I just said that I was happier. And of course the game had to go out of its way to ruin that. Yep. And of course there was a random object blocking me from walking off of there where I wanted to go, too. Game design. Like, it almost looks like they intend for you to drop onto that other ledge and then go there, but the problem is that doesn't work either. Is now we're here. But why are you saying there's happiness here? Are you just happy that you got this far? Or are you happy to have wasted somebody's time by making them go look at your sign? Yeah, but see, that overshoots. The other spot didn't make it. What the fuck? That seems clearly designed for you to get there that way. Yeah, but see, you hit the edge trying to do that, so that doesn't work either. Why? I'm betting this item's not even gonna be worth it either. No, I figured I'd check, but that's not the trick here. Okay. I thought they pulled a funny where this like crumbled down enough you could just walk up there and I just didn't notice it. That's what I stopped to check. There's no way to get to it from the outside. So that genuinely is designed for you to drop onto it. They just did a bad job of doing the boxing around it, so you just get bumped away every time you try. Oh, there is a ladder back there. Okay, so no, you are meant to get to it from that ladder. It's just really questionably signposted. Because that's this ladder right here. That's messy. Yeah, wasn't even worth it. Because the thing is, why have those boards very specifically dangling right above it? Answer, because they knew people were going to keep jumping for it over and over again, thinking that's the answer. They did that very specifically. Like, some people do signposting to help. Other people do signposting because it's funny to watch people fail to do the thing you signposted them to do. I thought I could jump that. And if I had actually jumped, I probably would have made it. But, not so much. Also, remember those things that I hate? Hey, guess what? We have them again. And there's also toxic poison down here, because, you know, why not just make me even more unhappy? I'm dead now. To be fair, I didn't fall for that at hole there. I knew it was there, it just didn't work the way I wanted it to get around it. Huh. Like, I knew that hole was there, but I thought I was gonna land on the thing in between. Oh yeah, no, I was suspicious of that, but again, because they hid it behind the things, you had to see it when you were halfway up the ladder or happened to have gone around the other side beforehand. There was no way for you to really figure that one out. It's like, you see the ladder through the window that's over here, wherever that ladder was again. I've lost it now. There was a ladder visible through the window somewhere. There it is. And obviously you see the ladders around here. You can even see player ghosts usually going up said ladder. But there was no indications around where that item was until you go most of the way up and you're committed. You would have to happen to be looking at the item as you're climbing to spot that. Which, credit to them for the fact that, you know, they expect you to be paying attention there. But at the same time, I feel like it is a little rude for them to have guaranteed set people up for failure there. Like, I will in no way believe anyone if they say that, no, that wasn't intentional. Because that was 110% done on purpose. Like, there's genuinely no one that would be able to convince me they didn't do that on purpose. And for anybody wondering, no, I'm not going down there after that. At Soul Pile. Unless I missed the jump. Yep, that's designed so you can't even make the jump across it either then. Okay. Because I got bounced immediately. They purposely walled that. I don't know why I expect anything else out of these people at this point. Like, you would really think I would know better by now than to expect anything else. Howdy, Folly. Well, we're already poisoned to hell. Pulling back. I don't think even if I allowed people to help, there's any helping me at this point. Back up the ladder. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I assumed as much. So I will say, consider yourself lucky that the mood has improved. Thank you. Because I may have taken that with less humor with how aggravated I was a little while ago. I mean, it's Dark Souls. There really isn't a way for it to not be suffering. Interesting. Good old Souls games where walls are suggestions. Oh, nope, they can hit me too. Okay. I'm gonna die to the toxic poison I have on me, though, because I don't have any means of getting rid of it. Well, actually, no, I have one means of surviving this, but I couldn't menu fast enough because I thought about it too late. Because I could have embered and full healed that way, but at the same time, that would have caused me a whole slew of other problems. And if anybody's wondering, well, why don't you have any of those purple mosses? I used them all when we were in Farron Keep, suffering in that poison hellhole. Of course, forgetting that the Souls designers love their poison hellholes. It's their favorite thing. So let's see, we can either go back that way, past Fireball Land, go back up the other way, and... yeah, let's see what's past the fall down the pit of awful, spidery things that I hate. And I'm not talking about going back down the hole again, I'm talking about taking the other path. I don't know why I suddenly just got, like, the worst case of hiccups in the middle of that sentence. I feel like the universe is trying to warn me. It's like, hey, maybe this is a bad idea. Oh, too late. Doing it. Not dealing with you, though. Bye. So there's another path here. Another Titanite lizard. Can't wait to see how this one turns out to be a trap. Yep. What do you know? You ever get the feeling that all roads lead to Rome? And Rome just kind of sucks? Try listen carefully. No, I don't need to listen very carefully. They're quite loud. There's all kinds of awful skittering here. Rusted gold coins. Another hole. This is the one that the other Titanite lizard fell down. Yeah, you know, that tracks. And that's kind of what I figured, is all roads lead back to Poison Hellhole. Really, it's still Rome at the end of the day. Now there's some blooming moss clumps to help with this situation, though, so there's that. And I can at least shoot some of these nightmare beasts from up here. So I'm less likely to be guaranteed to get toxic. I really do not like hearing this constant sound in my ears. Well, that's gonna be a problem. Yeah, I'm better off just shooting them with my magic and not worrying about trying to shoot them with the bow. So by the time I switch, they're already at a bad angle. Come on. There we go. That's one. That's two. That one's out of range. But the main thing was just to get the ones that are, like, on the path that we need to take cleared out, now that we know where the path is. Oh, and that one's stuck, too. That's actually great. Hey, fuck you. Thanks, Lock-On. Very cool. There we go. So we could go see what that item over there is. And, I'm not interested right now. Gonna be real. Not interested. That sounds like a later problem. I'm much more concerned with dealing with that horror beast that's up here. Which, admittedly, you know, it's just taking a nap. I could easily have just left it well enough alone. But, you know. Yeah, exactly. It's future me's problem. As are many things in life. Just adjusting in my chair before I commit to fighting this so I have a better position. How do I want to handle this? So checking, because there's apparently another ping that had happened. Okay. Not a useful or important ping. Got it. Wakey wakey, gonna breaky. You see, the thing is, we don't have to worry about dying to toxic poison now. So we can actually cheese this. Well, never mind. We cannot, in fact, cheese it because it got unstuck this time. Huh. Well, I guess we still cheesed it, and all it gave me was dung pies. I hate it here. Literally only got shit for it. Court Sorcerer here. Uh-huh, of course that's a mimic. Why wouldn't it be? Anyway, another mimic bites the dust, and we get Court Sorcerer Staff. Is that better? Not right now. Starting at 123 is not bad, though. We'll have to see if that gets better. And it is starting at A scaling, so there's logic to that. Praise the treasure. Ah, rubbish. Yeah, it is in fact rubbish. What do you know? One of them told me the truth. I should have believed them. And this is just a dead end, as it turns out. Okay, very good. I can drop down there, I guess. Or, more accurately, I would want to jump, but that's taking me back where we were. Or it looked like, so I'm not a fan of that idea. Unless this was all just a pointless-ish diversion. Which it might have been. There's this staircase over here, though, that is potentially going to do something for us. Court Sorcerer, I presume. Oh, you caught on to me being there real quick, didn't you? The spell I want! You have the spell I want! Give me that spell! The fact that he blocked, like, all of the damage I did by holding a tiny little pole in front of me is very infuriating. Also, why was he so fucking durable? Like, he's just a man. Why does he have so much health? Like, he just took all that like a champ and didn't fucking care. This is what makes it hard to tell what the hell's going on sometimes, is you have guys that are just wearing cloth like that are out enduring monsters. It doesn't make fucking sense. You can't look at it and go, okay, that's a threat half the time, because it's like, it's just a crapshoot. What is and isn't a threat? So he's got a hell of a thing going on, I'll give him that, considering he's got the fire breather staff and the regular staff at the same time. Give me that. Just more twinkling titanite, okay. Still don't know why we hear so much skittering. Because here's the thing. Here's what's bugging me about that. No pun intended. The things that are down below that would be making that noise aren't moving. They're above me. They're right up there. Thanks, I hate it. You notice it's basically gone here. Then we go around the corner. Still don't really hear it much. Until we look up. Which is probably why that guy that said listen carefully was pointing up as well. Yeah, I wonder if the mountain's just, like, full of these fucking things. Thanks, Brain. I hate that idea, too.
Welcome to your doom.
It'll be fine. In fact, since our goal is to get back up there. Boogie, 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 boogie every day. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go right now. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. You stay down there in your toxic hellhole where you belong. You stay down there with the rest of the League of Legends players. Okay, big guy stays dead. Good to know. Oh, there's just a big fucking hole that leads to where that item is, too. There's something else snoring, so there's another one of those things around, too. Also, this guy's really attentive. I just started, like, walking up here, and he was like, I'm on to you. Look at that. He just snapped around immediately again. I would like that spell, please. Here. Get a snoot full of my magic. Yeah, not so tough now, are ya? Dick. Well, I'll be damned. I think I'm actually getting the spell I wanted. We finally got a new scroll. Wrath of the Gods. Huh. That's kind of ominous that you're sitting here meditating in a tube about, and you have the spell Wrath of Gods with you. A little bit concerning. Little bit concerning. Though, gonna be real with y'all. We are going home immediately upon receiving that scroll, so I can go get spells that I might actually be able to do better with. Besides, it'll be perfect. I'll have Logan's spells and have the big hat. I will be Big Hat Logan.
Back again, I see. Perfect timing, too. Oh my. You've made quite the discovery. This is a scroll of the prodigious Big Hat Logan, a masterful sorcerer, long missed in Vinheim. And now we have his scroll, right here in my very hands.
Homing Soul Mass and Soul Spear. Soul Spear takes 32, huh? Yikes. It looks like that might be all it got us, though? Which is kind of a shame. The Soul Greatsword was there already, I do believe. Though, I may as well grab that too while I'm here. Just grab all of those. Yeah. Help.
Come again.
I wanted Homing Soul Mass from the word go because it matches the way I fight so well. I can open by activating Homing Soul Mass and then go into melee like I normally do. It's just a nice extra thing, pretty much. We'll give Soul Greatsword a try. Probably the closest to Greatsword combat you'll see me do, so maybe that'll make somebody happy. Okay, it is just Flash Sword, but bigger and horizontal. I was expecting it to be like a vertical chop. Of course, the classic Soul Mass. It also does not take long to cast, which is good. Now I have the power of Ball of Pain. I wonder if it still gives you more orbs as your intelligence increases. Because I seem to recall in the first game you got orbs based on your intelligence. And we had hit like a point where we'd gotten 5 of them instead of 4. Considering this setup's not had like the craziest amount of intelligence, I wouldn't be surprised if it is a limiting factor for us. Look at that guy go. That's the good stuff. Just a nice automatic additional attack. There is a doorway I saw that guy go into over there. I'm curious about it. Oh. Okay, the Soul Mass does not do nearly the damage it used to, though. Like, I remember homing Soul Mass doing really well before. Bleeding required ahead. Huh? Have expected me to need to bleed to open the door. That's where the snoring was coming from. And one of them is... Oh, there's 3 of them. If I could close this door, I would. So I regret opening this door a lot right about now. That was a bad call on my part. I wanted to see if that would do any real damage. It didn't. Coming through. Purging stones, huh? Great. Just enough for me to get purged. I was waiting for that one to get out of the doorway, for those wondering why I didn't just run for it. That's why. Shriving stones, huh? Great. Oh, I'm gonna die. I am almost certainly gonna die to the... Oh, wait, no, I have the blossoms. Never mind. We'll be okay. I just need to get up and away from all this. And then I'll get rid of the toxic. Does mean I'm gonna need to drink another bit of sody pop, but that's okay. I forgot I found some of these. Ta-da! Everything's fine. But yeah, even if Homing Soul Mass doesn't do a lot of damage, what it can do for me is buying me time when I'm going after something. Because it should stagger light enemies still. All just fine. Oh. Huh. All roads lead to Rome yet again, eh? Ranged battle required ahead. Huh? See the rats. What do I need ranged battle against? Also, this was definitely where the giant was, so maybe that's what they're talking about. Is ranged battle against the giant if you came in here without having come in from the other angle first. This also makes it make sense that the handmaids look so much like the jailers in here. If those two areas are so connected. That all makes sense then. Jailer's key ring. Could this be a betrayal? Why would this be a betrayal? Sometimes I don't get what they're on about. Unless they mean since there's the jailer's key ring on a guy in the dead end, maybe he got betrayed to the jailers and died, but then why would the jailers not pick up the key ring? Who knows? Hello, rat. Goodbye, rat. They all turn and look and go, what the fuck? What happened? There's a lot of rats down there. I have a cunning scheme. Part of it involves seeing which ones are dumb enough to stand in front of this ledge and die. And part of it is taking advantage of the fact that they'll leash back to where they started. After a little bit. Oh, the corpses are disappearing. That's a little weird. There we go, I got an angle at you. Maybe it's the rats that they were talking about for ranged battle required. Ah, it's a you bastard. Yeah, you know what? You're right. In multiple senses, that was another you bastard moment. Yep, this is what I was afraid of, though. I'll explain in a second once I'm not being assaulted by rats. Oh, this is infinite spawning rats, isn't it? Oh, I may as well explain while I have a second to breathe then. I'm pretty sure since I talked to Sigvard in the kitchen, it moved him here, and he then was not able to save our friend, the thief.
Pardon me. Oh, look at me. Trapped like a rat. But you needn't worry. I've just been sitting here weighing my options. The moment has almost come. I just need a bit more time.
Yeah, enough time for me to have found the key ring to go open the door for you, presumably.
My liberation requires a key.
I have that.
But the key is outside. A riddle for the ages.
It's almost like you need the help of someone that is outside. Someone buried in a pile of rats. Large Titanite. Another mimic, huh? Beware of trap, beware of monstrosity. Yeah, yeah. Oh, no, 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 no. No touchy. I do love that these mimics have those, like, crazy spin kicks. I think that's my favorite thing that they do, is those goofy spin kicks. Dragon Slayer lightning arrows. That does not seem like it was worth fighting a mimic for, I'll be honest with you. Especially since I'm pretty sure those are for a bow that I can't even use. I'm pretty sure that's for, like, the big bows. Yeah, they're great arrows. So I can't even use those. Any Dragon Slayer arrows are almost always great arrows. That's why I was like, nope, I'm not even able to use that. Oh yeah, that just keeps going. Okay. I was like, does that keep going? Is that just void? The answer is yes. Elevator. Elevator going up. But I presume now with the key ring, I can go clean out all of Irithyll Dungeon. And here's the thing I'm pretty sure I was supposed to have done, is before fighting Pontiff Sulyvahn, I was probably supposed to come down here, since I interacted with Siegvard where I did. I probably was supposed to then come down here and rescue him first. But I screwed up. I think because we had the issue with fighting Sulyvahn to begin with, if I just won that the first time, we would have actually been golden. Because we would have avoided the problem. But so be it. That quest line just ends. Which is a shame, because that means we don't get the stuff Greyrout was gonna find for us. Though, I don't know if he actually would have been selling anything we couldn't have gotten elsewhere anyway. I just wanted to be able to complete that because that was the only quest line I knew how it went. But you know what? Shows how well I know that, eh? Considering I screwed it up. Quit it with the stink gas. Get it, you had Taco Bell. I once again went to the wrong room. I meant to go to the one with multiple jailers in it, because that's the one with the cell that we can open near it, I'm pretty sure. Or we can open this one too, I guess. Prisoner Chief Ashes. That might be good. And no, this was the right room, because that's the one with the two cells on either side of it. There's something making a racket up above us. I can open this, but why would I? You stay there. Think about what you did by being a weird leech monster. Like that guy. That's another set of ashes, which means another set of items. So that's good. I don't want to go across through the window. really thought that I was going to be able to avoid getting my health drained. But I think they're actually draining it by casting that and looking at me. I don't think it's the gas. Why are you all backing up? We're just all walking backwards out of their cell. It was weird. Okay, all of those are open. I can avoid going through the multi-jailer room this way. It's interesting how there's also just extra jailer masks just sitting on the chairs. Didn't I just kill you? I guess there was 2 of them side by side there. These cells are already open. Filled with awful things. So where the hell is Sigvard's cell? Are there cells down there, maybe? Because he was pretty far down. Thinking about it. So he wouldn't be in that first section, I guess. Like, I'll be honest, half the reason I was doing Sigvard's line was to save Greyrot. But still, Sigvard's also chill, so I'll help him out. Even if he does, more often than not, expect me to solve his problems for him. I've got plenty of situations like that that I've been through. It's not like one more will make a difference there. That was where the Mimic was. Yeah, that drops you down to where the giant was. I don't know why they were all looking the other way there. That was totally the one I was aiming at, yeah. Yeah, I'm just that good, yeah. I'm so pro, don't you know? Young Pie, just like the amount of full of shit I was there. Yeah, you were just chilling at the end of the line here, huh? Waiting for all your friends to be dead. And then you thought you were gonna be a hero. You're just a zero. I guess I'll take the ladder. Doesn't appear to be anything else on this floor. Because all of these chutes all exit to the same place. As far as I can tell. There must be another section with more cells then. Yep, here come the ads again. Because down there's where he is with all the rats. How the hell do I get to him then? Can't shoot through that window. Okay. Good to know. Yes, doesn't this tunnel just lead me out of here? I mean, after I deal with the big rats that make the rules, of course. No, because there's this section. With the army of jailers. But I just went this way and left, right? Yeah, because that took me up here. I also feel like there's another door I missed somewhere that I could open. Hello, jailers. Bye, jailers. I'm leaving. You can't stop me. It's a prison break. It's a jailbreak. Yeah, but see, that just spits me out here. Relatable, buddy. Maybe there is something with the elevator over here. I'm pretty sure that elevator just was a loop around. I'm 90% sure I don't have the gesture I need here. None of those look quite right. I mean, resting does seem close. This is a very similar pose to what that knight there's doing. But I don't think that's correct. Pretty sure there's something else I'm missing for that. We never did look at the dragon torso stone either. Completely forgot about that and all the other things that were happening. I don't even know where it is. Oh yeah, we could turn the prisoner chief ashes in as well. And yeah, we have 2 cinders so far. So we are halfway through the lords. Wasn't there 4 we needed to do? Oh yeah, that's the gnawing we had gotten. Summon bugs to attack people. I can use Profaned Flame, actually, if I had a Pyromancy Flame. Which I do. Technically, I could use that. The dragon torso thing we picked up isn't there. So where is the dragon torso thingy? Oh, there it is. Gain dragon torso and roar like a dragon. So yeah, I'm not remembering which gesture I need for that. We can worry about that in the future. Oh yeah, this just led back up to here. Yeah. So how do I get to where Sigvard's cell is? Things I'll solve in the future, because we are 6 hours in. I am tired. We've made solid progress. Yeah, I was pretty sure it was a specific gesture that I just didn't have yet.
Ah. Gracious. Let I...
So what does this do for me? I don't know if we had the pale pine resin before. No, Smoke's armor and helmet. That's new. That may have been from us getting through Anor Londo. Carla's pointed hat. Carla's coat, gloves, trousers. Which, if I didn't have Big Hat Logan's hat, I probably would grab Carla's hat. Nothing particularly remarkable of use to us in here, though. I'm still surprised that we can't buy large Titanite shards yet. I would have figured by now I would have been able to buy them. Considering she's already got regulars on offer.
Ashen one.
Let's see, we dropped off the Logan scroll. We have a pyromancy tome, but that was the one he didn't want to look at. Because it's evil. Probably other cells for us to open. Gotta go find where Greirat died. At some point. Lots to think about, lots to do. How much do I need for a level right now? Yeah, that much. And I've already used up all those. Those are all dead ends at the moment. So yeah, that's where all that's at. For anybody who might not have caught it when I mentioned it during the ads, is we are going to wrap up here. I'm hoping the planning will pay off, but we'll see. There's been a lot of planning that's not paid off in this run so far. Shut up, May. There's a very real possibility that the planning will continue not to pay off, but we shall see. I will, of course, as I've done with the previous sessions, do cleanup and everything of areas we've already been through and did what we needed to do in. So I may very well have more tools at our disposal next time. I don't think we would be beating this next time. I think it'll be another couple sessions before it's finished, realistically. Purely because we have 2 Cinderlord souls left. But I don't believe there's too much left in general. I would not be surprised if part 6 or part 7 is the end of the game. I would not think part 5 would be, but it depends on how rushed the end of this ends up being. And considering what I know of available locations, there is a bit of a question mark there. But at the same time, I also know more or less where the remaining 2 we need are. So we'll see. No. Because I only own one of the DLCs, and I'm not really concerned with doing that, because that's not what was required for this, and especially after the way today's session went, I'm not exactly interested in extending this any longer than it has to be. Because I do not harbor ill will toward the game or anyone involved, but I have so many other things I would rather get to than extending this. Just give me a moment. I need to have a look at where these people are to figure out who to pick. That's a maybe. I just need to have them not be in ads so I can make sure they're actually here. I've actually got a fair amount of options on right now, though, so it's a tough choice. No. I'll get back to that one later. Why is always such a tough decision? Answer is I know too damn many people. That's the curse of stretching yourself out further and further, is you hit a point where it's like, okay, now you need to pick somebody to support, but you can only pick one at a time. So who do you pick? And it's a whole thing. I'm just going around poking my head in, making decisions. You know what? Sure. Assuming this one ends up working, we'll go with that. It'll be a nice vibe reset. We'll go visit another one that I've been talking to on Myoshi on and off, and more we've been just kind of like booping back and forth quite a lot. We'll go see Lonely Treeheart, who's doing art right now. Looks like she's actually, funnily enough, doing a boop emote right now. So that's fitting to what the reason why we've ended up talking at all was. You too, Tara. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you all so much for taking the time to be here, because, you know, I understand that this may not always be the most entertaining sessions to be there for, depending on whether you enjoy watching me in pain or not. Though, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if you enjoy watching me in pain with a lot of the things I do. So, there's that. Schedule coming up is relatively simple. Thursday's still up in the air. Friday's that Super Battle Golf lobby that'll be at relatively the normal time. And Saturday will be later than normal because of mystery thing I still haven't told y'all yet that you'll find out about later. Take care of yourselves. Be good to Tree. She's good people, and I will see you next time. Good night, everybody.